Everybody to our June 12th meeting of the Board of Supervisors, and if you'll do a roll call, please.
Supervisor Arroyo.
Here.
Supervisor Wilson.
Here.
Supervisor Madrone.
Present.
Supervisor Bohn. Certainly feels like it. Supervisor Bushnell.
Hi.
Great, thank you, and please join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Great, thank you very much. And we don't really have a modification to the agenda portion here today because it is just our agenda for our budget hearings. And do you want to start out, or is Ms. Maciel?
Yeah, I can start it off. Today is the public hearings for...
Excuse me, but we do have to go to item C,
Okay,
the public comments on non-agenda.
all right,
Sorry about that.
thank you. So we'll start with that first, public comments on non-agenda items. And I will go to the Zoom first, as usual. And we'll start out with phone caller ending in 5288. Star 6 to unmute. And you've got 3 minutes. This is on non-agenda items. Welcome.
Ken Sawatsky speaking on non-agenda items. I do not believe the City of Blue Lakes process is on the agenda, so I'm going to speak on that one. I have some major concerns of what's happening out here in Blue Lake. I've expressed them before. We have not one, but probably 2, 3, 4 projects where the affordable housing is supposed to go. And I support affordable housing. I like it to have what we call as a rural atmosphere in Blue Lake. Fourplexes seem to work fine. But unfortunately, and I think Mike Wilson's been spending quite a bit of time out here maybe on this, but we seem to be developing something called a poverty pocket. And I think this is against what everybody wants to do, is put all the people who may be lower income or falling in these categories in one area. So I strongly suggest anybody who's considering endorsing this poverty pocket, look that up and see how the state feels about that, especially in housing elements. I also have some major concerns regarding our health, safety, and welfare in Blue Lake. And I brought it to the attention of both the city manager and some other staff members that the occupancy load on Skinner Store, where we have our meetings, excuse me, you guys finally came on. Excuse me, just 1 second, I have to turn off something. Anyway, your audio visual hadn't been on at all this morning. So anyway, we do have some safety hazards out here, and the occupancy was not posted on their facility. I was informed that they had occupancy considered of 147 people in the room, which I don't think it could hold 50. But that being said, hopefully they will have that posted. There's another meeting tonight in another facility down there, and I did not see occupancy posted on that one, and that's the Grange Hall, nor did I see required safety things such as exiting lights during emergency, battery backup kind of lights and things. So a really big concern in the city of Blue Lake regarding public health, safety, and welfare. And so that's kind of a little bit of my update of what's going on. We have a very important meeting tonight. Happens to have 2 meetings right on top of each other. Seems to be very dysfunctional out here. I did also wish to just say briefly, for our general plan, this will give you an idea how far out of date. The city shall coordinate initiation of passenger rail service with promoting development of overnight accommodations and visitor servicing facilities. Implementation, the city should encourage passenger rail service to Blue Lake. So anything that's that far out of date probably should be updated, and that's a major fatal flaw regarding our housing element and our basic not having consistency with our general plan and current things in the real world. Thank you for my opportunity to speak.
Thank you, commenter. And seeing no other hands up in Zoom, we'll come to those here in the audience today. This is an opportunity for anybody to come forward and speak on items that are not on our agenda. Any takers? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and bring it back. And we're actually going to be opening up 3 different public hearings today, but I'm going to turn to our financial officer.
All right. Thank you, Chair Madrone and members of the board. I'm Jessica Maciel, Deputy County Administrative Officer, and we're here for the board to receive public input on the fiscal year 2023-24 proposed budget, as well as the special district budgets. I'm going to go ahead and start our slideshow. Did that come?
Can you make that full screen?
Yes.
Sure you can.
Where is that?
While she's kicking that off, just in terms of process today, we will be beginning with a public hearing to hear budgets for special districts. So your board will be opening and convening as the governing body for the special districts, taking public comment, closing that public hearing, and adopting those budgets. And then you'll reconvene as the Board of Supervisors, at which point you will hear the presentation on the county's budget. Jessica will be guiding you through all of that as she moves through her presentation. And furthermore, she has Deputy CAO Sean Quincy here with her to also present on Measure Z.
Aha.
So Chair Madrone, if we could begin by convening as the governing body for the special districts.
You bet. So we hereby convene as the Board of Directors for special districts governed by the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors.
And opening the public hearing.
And opening the public hearing. Thank you.
All right. So for the special districts, the auditor controller prepares annual budgets for the special districts governed by the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors pursuant to Chapter 1 of Division 3 of Title 3 of the California Government Code. The California Government Code requires each special district to adopt a balanced budget on an annual basis and hold a public hearing. And they are presented in the appendix of the attached proposed fiscal year 2023-24 budget. And we have here, this is actually one of our schedules that we submit to the state, but the total dependent special districts budgets are 1.73 million, detailed on the slide. And if you have any questions on those, I'm happy to take those. And the auditor controller is also here.
Any questions from the board in regards to the special districts budget? The summary? Seeing none here. So,
You can proceed, Chair, with public comment.
great. Thank you. Appreciate all the assistance with this. So we'll take public comment on the special districts budget, which has been presented to us. And again, I'm going to go to Zoom, and I have two hands up, although they're the same person. So 5288, this is your opportunity to speak on the special districts budget. There you go. Welcome.
Thank you. I must have been left on from last time. I'm a little bit distressed. They're balancing their budgets out there, and I'm pleased to see that the special districts are. I didn't see your total list of special districts, but I believe the Blue Lake Volunteer Fire Department is one of those. I would assume so, and I strongly support those. I was distressed to hear that from one of their main members there, they don't have up-to-date turnouts, and I thought that was the first thing they were supposed to get to protect their health, safety, and welfare. Apparently, maybe it's been so long they need to be updated again, but my indication that hasn't happened. So I strongly suggest that when it comes to supporting these special districts, making them able to balance their budget, you reassess the need for the fire departments and their things as far as safety. That's the main thing we want out there. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on your special districts.
And before you go, I believe you're also 7454, so you get one bite at the apple here. But you had both hands up to cover your bases, I believe. Is that correct? He's muted now, so that's fine. Okay, we're going to go to those here in the audience today. Anybody that would like to speak on the special districts budgets, this is your opportunity to come up and share with us your thoughts. Seeing no movement towards the podium, we'll close the public input and basically close the public hearing and bring it back to the board at this point for consideration, discussion, and/or approval of a motion to approve the fiscal budget for this year. Supervisor Arroyo.
I'll move approval of the special district budget for this year.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Supervisor Arroyo and a second by Supervisor Wilson. And let's go ahead. Do we have voting tabs, Tracy, or should we just do roll call? Supervisor Bohn, please.
Can I get that slide back up there? I got a question.
Yes.
So, when I'm looking at the fund balance available, and you've got the lighting, and are they all starting with zero? Because I know I looked at one of these here a while ago about lighting, and I was told it had $41,000, and it's not there now.
Our
Lighting.
auditor controller is, Dillingham is going to come up and help with
Welcome.
these questions.
Just pull it down to the end, it'll fire right up.
Oh,
There
okay.
you go.
So these are the schedules that the state wants us to use. And the schedule that has the fund balances on it isn't Schedule 12, but the total financing sources and total financing uses have to balance. So basically, the fund balance is committed, and so it doesn't show up as available. That doesn't mean it doesn't exist. So there's another slide that has the fund, or you don't have the slide. There's a schedule.
And what do you mean by committed? They have plans? Because
No, the additional financing sources has to equal the financing uses, so any fund balance that's not being utilized for the budget has to be committed
committed to what?
to not being used for that current budget year.
So if one of those lighting districts had $41,000 in it 2 years ago,
It's still there. It's just
It-
committed for this budget season.
okay. So it's still available if they want to follow through with
They're
their,
actually obligated, sorry, sometimes my accounting terminology.
we should be committed, the finances should be obligated.
So it's fund balance available, and then see that next column that says decreases to obligated fund balance?
Yeah, I see it, but it's blank.
Yeah,
Like
it's
in the lighting,
blank.
It's just still blank.
It would still be blank. But if your board wanted to utilize some of that obligated fund balance, that's where you would say that you wanted to do it, and then we would record it as such. But next year, because there's a bunch of different schedules, and we were trying to pick one that told the best story.
And that's fine. I just know that there was one area that was looking at upgrading their lighting to LED and upgrading some more lights in areas they felt needed lighting, and they had the money to do it. And
All of the lighting districts have fund balance.
okay, but that's not up here.
It's on, I think,
Another
Schedule
slide, okay.
13, which is in the back of your budget book.
Okay, thanks. Appreciate it.
Thank you. No worries. Good to get clear.
Chair, also, you'll need to, as one of the recommendations, set June 27th as the date to adopt these budgets as well.
Okay, and would the motioner and seconder include that in the motion?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so we've got that date in the motion, June 27th, the date to adopt the special district's budget. I see no other input, so we'll go ahead and do a roll call vote. You got yours up, okay? Okay.
Okay. Supervisor Bohn. Supervisor Bushnell. Yes. Supervisor Wilson.
Yes.
Supervisor Arroyo.
Yes.
And Supervisor Madrone.
Yes.
Vote passes 5-0.
Okay. Yeah, we're done for the day. That's it? Okay. Thanks, everybody. No. So next we have, we are going to,
adjourn and reconvene.
yep, so we will adjourn and reconvene as the Board of Supervisors, and we will open the public hearing and receive the staff report.
All right, if we could bring the PowerPoint back up, please. We're gonna skip back a few slides. So we are here today for your board to receive public input on the budget and to provide any final direction to staff to include in the fiscal year 2023-24 budget that is planned to come to your board on June 27th for potential adoption. Typically today we would go through the additional requests for general fund appropriations. Your board has given us previous direction on May 22nd, and that direction has been included in the proposed budget. That said, there are a number of other topics for your board to consider today. Those topics include one-time funding sources such as American Rescue Plan Act dollars and local assistance and tribal consistency funds, any changes to Measure Z, and possible budget deficit reduction actions, including voluntary separation incentive program, expenditure evaluation and reduction, deallocation of vacant and unfunded positions, and mandatory furlough. One note on mandatory furlough is that it's not being brought for consideration of implementation. It's just simply to determine if your board would like staff to continue to put effort into researching this as an option for deficit reduction. In addition, your board requested staff return with the Measure J TOT allocations for reconsideration. All right, we're gonna skip over the special districts. So I just have a few slides to recap what we went over last week for the proposed budget. The total proposed budget or spending plan for fiscal year 2023-24 is $578.55 million. The total proposed budget represents an increase of $7.2 million or 1.3% more than the budget your board adopted for the current fiscal year. And in the general fund, projected revenues are for fiscal year 23-24 are $126.97 million, and proposed expenditures are $153.47 million. Discretionary general fund revenue is projected to be $68.8 million, not including Measure Z. This is a decrease of $3.9 million over the prior year adopted budget, and this decrease in discretionary funds is due to the reduction in Measure S cannabis excise tax revenues and anticipated reductions in sales tax. As proposed in fiscal year 23-24, the general fund will utilize $17.7 million of fund balance in order to present a balanced budget. And just to quickly recap the additional requests for general fund appropriation, your board reviewed these at the May 22nd meeting and provided direction to staff. The proposed budget presented today reflects that direction. The CAO recommended funding for $8.7 million of the requests as they aligned with your board's direction of preventing staffing reductions. Your board elected to fund $617,000 additional requests for a total of $9.3 million reflected in the proposed budget. And as we discussed last week, your board requested we return with information on the CSAC grants initiative. CSAC is here to provide a presentation on the initiative. And they should be on the Zoom.
Yeah, this is Graham. I'm on the Zoom.
Should I stop sharing?
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Thanks for the opportunity to spend a few minutes with you today. I'm Graham Knaus. I'm the CEO of CSAC, and I'm joined by Brian Rutledge, who runs the CSAC Grants Initiative for us through our foundation, and also Christy Moore from the Ferguson Group. And the two of them will chat a little bit more about the detail. I just wanted to communicate where this program came from. This The CSAC Grants Initiative is the brainchild of our past president and Siskiyou County Supervisor, Ed Valenzuela, who was concerned about the lack of capacity in a number of counties, primarily rural, but we've discovered that urbans and suburbans struggle with some of the same issues, where there are billions and billions, hundreds of billions of federal dollars that are available through ARPA, as was just referenced, but also the Inflation Reduction Act and the Infrastructure Act. And those will be made available over the course of the next several years, almost all through grant programs, which means your community can only access those dollars to the degree that you have capacity to successfully apply and go through that whole grant making process. And so this program was created to assist counties with that. To the degree that you have insufficient grant writing capacity internally within the county, this is an opportunity to leverage our discounted rates to have a contracted partner that is an expert in that area to be able to pursue that. This is a relatively new program. The first contract was just signed a couple of weeks ago, and there are a handful of others that are in the pipeline. But we essentially see it as a service that fits beautifully in some counties and not so in others. And it's just a function of where you're at and what your priorities are as a board. And so to the degree that it's a value to partner on this, then we want to support you in every way possible. If you have other needs in this area, we're certainly happy to discuss those and support you separately as much as we can as well. So with that, let me hand it over to Brian to chat a little bit more about the specific details that are involved in this grants initiative.
Thank you, Graham.
Thank you, Graham, and good afternoon, Chair and Board. My name is Brian Rutledge. I'm the Grants Program Director over here at CSAC. I just want to underscore and go a little deeper on what Graham just said. This is our annual packages that are under consideration over in Humboldt are designed for capacity building. So we also have a la carte services that we had negotiated with our service providers to do just start to finish grant writing and be very targeted. That's something we also wanted to make available to counties. However, that is necessary but insufficient to really build out what California counties needed from Ed Valenzuela and Graham's perspective. So we developed these annual packages to build out a bigger strategy, a more comprehensive approach to grants that didn't just focus on what's that one grant that might be helpful. So we developed each of these annual packages ranging from the smaller end to the more aggressive end to basically fit with counties' needs, so that if there is the interest in building out substantial comprehensive approach to grants to really maximize going after the available funds, then that's what we can make available. So it's worth saying that capacity building, there's an uneven capacity from one county to the next, but even internal to each county, we're really finding that department to department, there's a lot of unevenness. So one thing we're doing with these annual packages that are typically going through CAO's offices is it's a way for counties to leverage the existing strengths of one department who pursues grants traditionally, but also to help out and really work on those departments that don't traditionally pursue grants. So this is more of a holistic, strategic approach, and that, from our perspective, is very unique. I'll just highlight the 2 or 3 great benefits that we're offering to counties with these packages. The number one is, as Graham mentioned, we have a discounted rate. So if you RFP this and go to the market, we've already established a better, more affordable rate than is pretty much available elsewhere. The other is from an administrative perspective, and this typically doesn't concern the board, but is on the admin side. We've streamlined the procurement process, made it easier and quicker so that we can really start doing this without some of the delay that happens elsewhere. You can contract directly through CSAC, through our master services agreement with our partners, and that just saves a lot of time and complexity. And the third and the most important from our perspective is we've designed these annual packages to be flexible so that as a county's needs are defined in the early stage of a 12-month retainer, we're really responding specifically to the number of projects, the type of projects that county is surfacing at the time. So each of the packages, even though we've provided a framework that multiple counties will use for each tier, those are going to actually be implemented in a very flexible manner, where some counties will rely very heavily on the just defining project side, whereas other counties will already have projects defined and they'll hit the ground running with leveraging other pieces of the package. So with that, that's just sort of a high level why, how we design this, what it's offering. I'm going to hand it over to Christy Moore, a managing partner at the Ferguson Group, and just ask her to go a little deeper into what it looks like for counties to sign up for this, and what are some of the things that they account for when they pursue these with counties.
Sure. Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Graham. Good afternoon, Chair and Board. As Brian indicated, I'm Christy Moore, a managing partner of TFG and the lead for TFG on the CSAC Grants Initiative. We actually have a team of 3 other dedicated grants specialists and experts within the firm that are devoted to CSAC as well, in delivering all of the items and the resources and services that Graham and Brian described. A little bit about how what this approach is it's really strategic, as Brian indicated. We're really working with counties to develop a plan and a program that isn't built from the program or the grant programs themselves, but is built from the projects up. So we look at what your needs are, we look at what you're doing, we look at what you can't do because you don't have the funding available, we look at what you wish you could do if you just had millions of dollars fall from the sky for you. So we look at all of that, we put it together into a needs assessment, and really to start to develop the strategy that allows us to match your projects with the programs so that you have the most competitive projects going forward. We help write the grants, we help position the projects so that they are the most competitive. The other thing that we look at in that process too is holistically what you're doing at the county. As Brian indicated, we have found that some departments within counties pursue grants quite a lot, and other counties don't. And so we build on those synergies and also look out for your needs and your staff needs so that we're not overwhelming them with grants, applying for a bunch of grants all at once, managing a bunch of grants on the back end, and really evaluating the programs that we target and address for you. Based on those needs, so that they are good fits for Humboldt, and they are good fits for the project, and good fits for the longevity of the program itself. The Ferguson Group has been in business for 40 years. 23 of those have been with a significant grants practice and helping local governments and communities access the funds not only from the federal level, but from state and foundation grants as well. So it's kind of a different approach. Instead of looking at a program and trying to fit your project in it, we do it the other way around and do it from the grassroots up and from the ground up. And we have found significant increases in return on investment with our clients that approach it that way. Some of these return on investments are so astronomical, they're almost ridiculous to put on paper. So we typically don't. But we have found that across the board, our clients that take this strategic approach find a lot more success in bringing federal dollars in particular down to their communities.
Great, thank you very much. Okay. Any questions from the board? Supervisor Arroyo.
Thank you very much for the presentation, and it sounds like you all are a really skilled team, and I'm excited that we have the chance to consider this. With the document that we received as part of our packet, which includes some of the free resources and the optional services, and those are described, can you help me understand whether, so I see that there are no cost grant resources. Is that people who choose to join this initiative? So I'm sorry, is the no cost information available to every CSAC county regardless of whether they essentially pay for the optional services?
Good question. Brian Rutledge from CSAC, Grants Director. Appreciate the question, Supervisor. The short answer is the no-cost member resources, those are currently available to Humboldt or all other counties.
Sure.
We have specifically worked with a handful so far on those. On that bucket of supports, that includes our weekly grants newsletter. So we're just trying to flag that there is a bucket of things that CSAC has already paid for. The counties don't actually need to do anything to access. So the most known is the weekly newsletter, but besides that, we have essentially some limited number of prepaid for consulting hours. But a way to distinguish between those versus an annual package is to say that if you're a department, typically with an already established or very clear goal in identifying and pursuing an application, those are where the no-cost resources are going to be helpful. So, you know, our newsletter lets you track them, our limited number of consulting hours we've already paid for. You can jump on a quick call with our team at the Ferguson Group. They can help you think about an application. But those, we aren't able to, of course, fund a very extensive capacity building mission through that side. So the annual package is really our attempt to build out the longer term, bigger picture capacity, especially for those counties that are sort of looking for more evenness, you know, to compete. So that is available. And there are folks from Humboldt that I already know are signed up for some of those, including the newsletter, for example. But they're differentiated from just a scope perspective. Like they're not massive in scope, whereas the annual package is much bigger picture, much bigger in what it adds.
Okay, thank you. And then just to, I mean, I am seeing this, but just as the public's kind of watching and following along, it looks like there are, you know, these annual packages, and then there are essentially a la carte grant writing services. So it's helpful to kind of understand what options are available to leverage the CSAC and TFG partnership. And that's all I have at this time.
Thank you. Any other board questions? Supervisor Wilson, and then Bohn.
Yeah, thanks. I was kind of wondering, when you were mentioning the monies, especially the federal monies available or maybe available, I heard a lot about the IRA part. I mean, is that the bulk of where you think your efforts would be, is more in the, with relationship to projects that are capital intensive, related to infrastructure and specifically climate related infrastructure? Because I know that's a huge push of that legislation, and I know that the federal government's, that's like where they really want to put that effort.
Sure, I'll take this one, Brian. There definitely, with the passage, with Congress's passage of both the IIJA, the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, otherwise known as the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, as well as the Inflation Reduction Act, there are significant resources and new programs that have come to the table from the federal perspective. Those are primarily infrastructure driven. The IIJA and the BIL, it's called a few different things at this point. Those are very much pointed towards infrastructure. IRA does a little bit different. Some of the programs that are there are infrastructure driven, but the mechanism to get those funds and that assistance out isn't necessarily direct grants. There's some incentive programs in there as well. So it's kind of, there's some uniqueness in that as well. The interesting thing, though, on outside of the IRA, but on the BIL or the infrastructure package, is that a large portion, the majority of the programs that actually received funding out of that bill actually already exist. So there are programs that are either on the books that have never been funds appropriated to, or funds that had funds appropriated on an annual basis and just received more funding for the next 5 years. So while there's this heavy intensity on the amount of federal dollars that are coming out from infrastructure for the next 5 years, we anticipate that a lot of that will stay around. And then in particular, a lot of the new programs designed for resiliency and climate change, that as the administration chooses projects for those new programs and gets them up and running, that they'll be successful and see the investment in those that local infrastructure and that capacity, and that we'll actually see Congress start to reauthorize that after the 5 years. But aside from that, there are still millions and millions of dollars, trillions really, available for non-infrastructure type projects as well. And so we look at that as, we'll look at that holistically for all of the programs and projects in need. So obviously the infrastructure package is usually larger, or I'm sorry, the infrastructure grants are usually larger in nature, but there are smaller grants and they can fund smaller programs, including economic development initiatives, social services, public service or public safety, those types of elements we look at as well that aren't sort of outside of those big infrastructure packages that we've seen Congress pass over the last 2 years. The other thing that we're doing, because this is California counties, is we're looking at the state grants as well. And so those weekly updates that Brian mentioned also look at state grants, and so we evaluate state and then most cases some foundation grants as well when we're kind of pointing and lining your projects up with different programs.
And to follow up, I was looking at the options for the services. So tier 1 is really just looking at a needs assessment. Is that how I'm to understand what you're talking about here?
Yeah, if you look at the different tiers and the sort of what the differences are as you move up, that tier 1 is really primarily doing the needs assessment. So there isn't any grant writing incorporated into that base structure or that base package. And then as you go up to tier 2, tier 3, and tier 4, what happens is that grant writing is incorporated into that from the very beginning. So the base contract itself includes a certain level of grants and a number of grants that will be written under the contract. So that tier 1 is really to kind of just get you understand what your needs are. If you don't have projects kind of ready to go, that's a really great starting point. If you know you want to pursue grants and start to write grants, then that launches you into the tier 2 and tier 3. The way that we design the packages, and if you try to do the math and try to figure out the a la carte and add it all up, it won't work, because the amount of resources that are provided in the packages exceeds what those a la cartes would be if you were to start to add them up. So it's much more efficient, much more cost effective to start to build into those packages, especially if you know you are interested in pursuing grants. We do write the grants from start to finish. We are also available to do grant review, where if you have county staff developing a grant or perhaps partnering with an engineering firm who's writing the grant, then we can put our grant experts and our expertise onto those those applications as they go forward as well.
That's all I've got for now.
Supervisor Bohn.
So it looks like when you get up to the larger ones, we're probably looking at suburban and urban areas rather. Because I go past tier 2, if we're going to actually have you fulfill, is our capacity to fulfill once if we get the grants. If we got 4 grants given to us, I don't know if we have the capacity infrastructure to handle them all. So somewhere in there, as we move forward, do you also find us the grants? I mean, because we got 58 counties, 26 of them, or 26, 28, whatever, considered rural. And pretty much we're going to check the box of about 10 other counties when you say, hey, this looks like it'll fit Humboldt, which means it'll probably fit Del Norte, probably fit Mendocino, and go down the line. Will they all have it available to them if they all sign on? And are we all, and it's not necessarily competing, are we all going to work in tandem with other counties to make sure the grants are successful?
Yeah, I think I can piece apart. I think there's a couple of questions buried in that you're trying to get out there. When you're looking at the number of grants, we work with rural counties and rural communities where they actually do more grants than just the 4 that's involved in there. When we're evaluating the programs and sort of matching your project to the program, we also look at the back end. So we understand the grants that are more involved, trickier, or more burdensome on the grants management side or grant administration side. And there are some that aren't that bad. And so when we're lining you up with your projects and helping you prioritize the projects you want to seek funding for and then matching them to those grant programs, so we evaluate that because we don't want you to be overburdened if all of a sudden all these grants come in at the same time. We also have resources that we can help with that in that capacity, especially if we understand that from the get-go. We can start to work with your staff to make sure that they understand what the administration is on the back end. And then if needed for the more technical grants or the more involved grants, pull in some of our resources, either in-house or through sub-consultants to help you manage those activities as we go along. All the premium packages also include a grants tracker, which is customized to the county based on what your needs are, or what projects you are, or what programs you're looking at. That's all evaluated in there as well. So if you have 3 or 4 large infrastructure projects coming up, we might pepper those out over a couple of years based on your needs so that you aren't hit heavily with the administration of some of these larger grants right out of the get-go or all at the same time.
Phil, I'm like McDonald's.
Oh, and in terms
you're going to supersize it.
Sorry, yeah. And in terms of applying for multiple grants, rural communities or rural counties have resources available to them that suburban and urban areas don't. Even suburban counties have the ability to look at rural funding as well, based on what the project is and the area or the community that they're trying to serve. And so in terms of the competition, we've been working for communities for 40 years and 23 of those in grants. We rarely see clients start to compete for the same grant and apply for the same grant. If they do, their projects are always different. And so that's something to keep in mind. We help you put forward the most competitive grant application for your project, but we can't select the project. We know what the awardees like to look at. We know what the program officers and the agencies are looking to fund, and we help build that in. But we rarely see any sort of head-to-head competition because there's so many resources out there, and and the projects don't always align at the same time. If that makes sense.
Yeah, through the chair. What I'm trying to, and as you look for these grants and you pick out, do you just, like if you see a great grant for rural law enforcement, let's say counties that have over 50% federal lands, do you look at something like that going, well, they could, this county, and this county qualify? And if they're all patrons, do you bird dog those for us also?
Yes, we'll look at those. And once we start to understand your projects and go through that needs assessment activity, if those grants come up that we haven't identified, or say it's a new program, or in the needs assessment process, if a grant comes up, we flag it for you, definitely. And not only do we look at the base eligibility for the program itself, we look at how, in your case, how Humboldt County would look under that program. So there are some generic or very base eligibility requirements for every single grant that's out there. But what we look at is your demographics, your specifics, and those details related directly to the county, and incorporate that in and match it up. So it's not just the base eligibility. We look at the uniqueness of Humboldt, and we evaluate that when we're matching the programs to your projects.
All right, last question. How much do you estimate staff time on this end to assist you to gather this information per application? I mean, what will Humboldt's time investment be, or capacity? How much are you going to need from us on this side? Because that could be an issue also.
Sure. So I'm going to just take the program itself in terms of not looking at a specific grant, because the needs from a county staff for each grant are going to differ depending on the grant and depending on the project. But for the development of the program, we will have for the needs assessment and sort of tracking everything, a monthly meeting, usually about 45 minutes to an hour. That's a monthly check-in. That's where we report to your staff in documents on those tracking to see which projects we're at, which projects, where programs are coming down the pipeline, we look and do a 90-day outlook to say, hey, these programs we think are going to open in the next 90 days. Let's start to focus on that, so that adds that efficiency and synergy within your team at the county who is supporting us on a regular basis. So it's a couple of hours a month, maybe, from a county staff and for a couple of county staff on a monthly basis. Now, if we get into an actual project and start writing a grant, that's when it gets a little bit more involved from the grant staff or from the county staff perspective. But what we do there is we create what's called a need sheet. So need sheet is kind of just a little cheat sheet, and it lines up all the benchmarks, all the milestones needed for that specific project as it relates to the application. So, and then we identify what we're responsible for, what outside consultants might be responsible for, and what the county is responsible for. We typically like to do that even prior to the notice of funding availability opening up, so that county staff has extra time to get those documents ready and those materials ready. Then generally what happens is we set up, if it works for the county, we set up like a shared document and folder system. They dump and give us everything that they need, all that raw data, all that raw, the raw information about the project itself, and then we start to develop the narrative, do all the forms. So it's not that intensive at all when it comes from the county staff perspective when we're doing a start to finish grant writing. And then we're just kind of working through the process as the grant goes along. For smaller grants, it's very minimal in terms of the amount of time that would be invested from the county perspective, county staff perspective. For large grants, in particular, large infrastructure or complicated projects, it's usually a little bit more, but we have found it's not that labor intensive once we set the program in motion and we do a lot of our homework and a lot of our legwork well in advance of the notice of funding availability opening up.
Thank you.
Sure.
Right, thank you very much. So Supervisor Arroyo?
Great, thank you. This has been really helpful. I just want to note, I'm aware from meeting with all our departments and going through, these budget ad hoc meetings, and from my prior to being a county supervisor, I worked with our staff for many, many years on lots of grant applications. Actually, I was with a nonprofit that partnered regularly with the county to develop grants. And so I know that our staff already administer dozens, if not hundreds of grants a year. And I applaud them for that. And I can see how there's a need for more. Clearly, with the budget we're looking at, we're seeking opportunities for resources. But I think what I'd need to make this decision would really be kind of a more comprehensive look at our program needs, unfunded project needs, our staff, capacity for administration of grants, and, inevitably there will be a staff role in grant writing. Even if we do have a consultant doing, a lot of the piecing it together, there's significant staff investment required. And I would offer to our board that this could be perhaps accomplished as we're doing our strategic planning, since we're still in the process of working through our strategic plan. Perhaps we could speak with the department heads who are meeting with us and do some outreach to department heads that are not in that working group to just ask about, what are some program areas or projects that are out there that, you're not successful in finding funding streams for. And, that would help to bring that information back to, we don't have to do the deepest of dives, but I'd like to have a better idea of really the types of work that we need help with, and whether we have the staff capacity internally to be able to really carry out that work. Because unfortunately, there just really aren't a lot of funding streams out there for operating expenses for government. So what we really need, I see, is flexible funding that we can use for staffing and for, a lot of our, important behind the scenes government administration work, but that's not often what a lot of these funding streams are for. So I'd really like to do that work before we decide whether to lay out, $100,000 or more on this service package. But it's also really great to know that the a la carte services are available, and to know once we've done that work, kind of what's out there. And I don't think we're under any pressure to allocate these funds at this meeting, right? For our staff.
CAO, Hayes.
Through the chair, I can speak to that some. Yeah, your board has already directed us to do an evaluation of, it started through a conversation of providing a community grants writer, which Supervisor Bushnell had sponsored. And through that conversation, your board expressed a desire to maybe expand that a little bit more, in finding out what does our community actually want from us and doing some engagement with them, but also looking internally of how we can create a more structured and robust grants management program. So we're currently working with CCRP out at Cal Poly to do that engagement process and return with recommendations, and then can work with our consultants who have done a lot of our staffing work with us to identify what that appropriate position might be. I think that this CSAC initiative is, likely a good partner to that work, but we need to see what that framework looks like first.
All right, thank you. And I will just say that thank you very much, Graham and partners, for your presentation. And there certainly is a time and place for this kind of assistance. I look very much forward to the details coming back to us on the assessment of where we're at as a county, where we're at in individual departments with capacity and needs, and what we're losing out on, what we need to be going after, things like that. It was mentioned that there's discounted rates and better and affordable rates, but my math says that it's about $330 to $350 an hour for the services, which frankly, my preference would be to build our capacity in-house. I'll just say that straight out, that I think the more we can build that capacity from local hires, that would be my preference. But there is always a time and a place for asking for outside help, and this is a great offer here in terms of some of that. But I think we can get a lot more in-house, at much less than $330 an hour. But again, it really depends on what that analysis looks like, on what our needs are and where we're going with all of this. So I think it was just said that we don't really need to make a decision on this today. And I'm assuming we're going to wait till we get that detailed analysis to come back to us, which would be in the next month or so. What are you thinking?
A couple months, I would say probably.
Okay. So it'll be a discussion we'll revisit. And certainly keep an open mind about how these services might build upon our in-house services and the rest of it. So, Supervisor Arroyo.
Sorry, I know we need to move on. I just want to acknowledge and appreciate Supervisor Bushnell for bringing this forward. It was before my time on the board that you really brought this need forward for community grant writing, and I can say I really concur with that. And from my experience as a grant writer, I had so many times where, my role was really not to just write grants. It was to write grants to develop and implement projects and be part of the implementation. But many times over the years, I was just asked to please help in a one-off situation and write a grant. And I, made the pitch and did it. And I can say, within the last 5 years, there have been that the number of those requests has gone up exponentially, especially during the just massive change that COVID wrought upon all of our organizations and institutions. And so I really have a heart for that work as well. Many of the special districts whose budgets we just talked about, and many more that weren't on that list, who, we are not the administrator of their funds, have dire needs, and there is funding out there, and there's just a mismatch between their little teeny tiny districts and the needs that they have. So I definitely agree with that, and I just wanted to appreciate that you brought that forward and that we're continuing to look at that.
Great, thank you very much. And I believe at this point we'll go back to our presentation and continue moving forward. Thank you very much, Graham and partners, for being here today.
Thank you.
Thank you. So with that, we're gonna move on to some of our one-time funds, including ARPA and the local assistance and tribal consistency funds. You guys saw this, your board saw this chart last week when we went over the proposed budget, but the county received a total of $26.2 million in ARPA funds. It is estimated that 19.8 will be expended prior to the end of the current year, and of the remaining 6.4 million, $6 million has already been obligated by your board as shown. The remaining 397,000 is available for your board to allocate in fiscal year 23-24. Our office recommends that the remaining funds are utilized for the included additional funding requests in order to reduce the burden on the general fund, as we did in the current fiscal year. And then for the local assistance and tribal consistency funds, the county received, it was awarded $3,196,536. And we've received the first half of that allocation in October 2022. So that leaves the other half for us to receive sometime in the next calendar year, per the federal government. Also, your board allocated $1 million to earthquake assistance, and so that leaves $2.2 million for your board to allocate in fiscal year 23-24. For these funds, we recommend that you hold these funds unallocated while staff and your board work to stabilize the general fund. The county must fiscally plan to reduce the structural budget deficit, and utilizing flexible one-time monies such as the local assistance and tribal consistency funds and ARPA will allow the county to do that over time and prevent more extreme measures of cost cutting.
Is there a chart that shows those numbers you were just sharing with us? Because it's not really on that chart.
So the LATCF doesn't have a chart because we've really only allocated $1 million to the one purpose.
But that's all the other ARPA funds we've allocated right there.
These are the ARPA funds that are allocated for fiscal year 23-24. I can get a chart with the expended ARPA to your board.
Oh, that's okay. I was just, so we hear a lot about clawback on these funds. Are we in any jeopardy of any funds being clawed back because we haven't applied them properly or quickly enough?
Not for these two specific funding streams. At this point in time, that's not a conversation that we've been alerted to or.
Good.
But that said, hard to say what state or federal governments will do as they also try to close their budget gaps.
I would imagine that the sooner we allocate them and utilize them, probably the safer, because things change daily, right, in DC. Any other questions on this part from the board? Supervisor Arroyo.
Could you repeat the total of the local assistance and tribal consistency funds?
Yeah, it's just shy of 3.2 million awarded and 2.2 million remaining to allocate.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, let's carry on. Thank you.
Okay, so your board requested that we bring back the Measure J TOT allocations. So your board received recommendations from the TOT work group on February 7th and elected to distribute Measure J funds as 30% to housing, 30% to arts, 30% to safety, and 10% to film, and to revisit the allocation in 2024. For fiscal year 23-24, the total estimated revenue for this funding is anticipated to be $880,000 and is distributed as seen in the chart. 5% of these funds, as requested for like a little haircut, would amount to $44,000. The ambulance services for Measure Z applications totaled $651,000, That's 468 for Kimau and 182,000 for Star. They revised their original application through the Measure Z process from 197,000 to 182,000. So to fully fund these applications from this pot of funding would require 74% of the Measure J allocation. And some other points to consider is the contract amendment with the Humboldt Del Norte Film Commission came for approval to your board on April 4th and has already been executed. The Ink People contract is in negotiation and close to finalization. And the safety allocation is entirely allocated to the sheriff's office and is funding existing deputy positions. Reallocating to an outside agency would require additional use of general fund balance or a cut in expenditures. So for those reasons, we don't recommend taking action as it would likely result in an increase to general fund expenditures.
Yes, Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. So the housing money, the 264,000?
That's going to the Housing Trust Fund.
And that money, the monies are allocated for what?
Those dollars aren't allocated at this point in time. There is also 1.5 million in ARPA money. So this compounds with that and to develop a housing strategy.
And where are we on that?
That would be a great question for Director Ford, and he's actually off this week, so I don't think that he's on. He could provide an update on that to your board, though.
Well, I'm just looking if we don't have a plan, and the money is going to be sitting there because we don't have a plan, which seems to be the concept. The 264,000, is that something that we could discuss?
You could certainly discuss that, yes, but also I would say that developing, robust housing initiatives or providing for housing infrastructure that allows us to effectively address our housing shortfalls requires a significant amount of money. And so that is where the building of that, of those dollars available for that purpose is taking place right now. And really, so we're at, 1.8 million. Thus far, and I think that to take significant action in that arena would take much more than what we have.
I understand. Thank you. We have been talking about this budget for 6 months and the anticipation of what's going to happen in the future. And everybody says they're willing, but nobody wants to give. We had discussions with this money prior to it being allocated and talked about how bad our budget was going to be. And we still went ahead and allocated these funds without waiting. And I understand now that contracts have been signed. However, we have to make tough decisions, and everybody wants a piece of the pot, and nobody seems to be willing to give. And I don't know where we're going to get the money. And especially when everybody says, no, not me, pass the buck. The buck's going to really fall short. Trying to look at every option that we have, I don't know. Nobody wants to give. So thank you for that discussion.
Supervisor Arroyo.
So just to add a little nuance here, we had talked at our last meeting about how there was some interest in trying to find a way to fund a portion of the rural ambulance service. I don't think that was... I will just speak for myself. I don't know where to draw the line on the list of Measure Z applications that are excellent. All of the proposed projects are phenomenal. It would be amazing to be able to fund all of the community partner proposals that came forward. That said, I don't know if we are all on the same page about wanting to fully fund this additional request. And I think I would prefer to kind of sequence this where I would at least prefer to hold off on any discussion of that 264,000 for housing in Measure J until we continue the conversation about Measure Z, because I think there's such a clear fit between the two. So I just suggest if folks are interested that we come back to it.
Supervisor Bushnell and then Wilson.
Thank you. Thank you for that perspective. I understand, and I do agree that without having the Measure Z discussion, The bottom line is, though, I don't fully expect to be able to fund most all of the Measure Z applications. And so when you're looking for monies, with the CAO wanting to hold any amounts of ARPA or tribal contingency monies at bay so that we can, protect our general fund, there's still a huge shortfall on every application with only 1.1 million to allocate. So looking for other funding areas, regardless of what we fund, there's a huge shortfall.
Yeah, good. My memory of what John Ford said about the Housing Trust Fund, I think he's planning on coming back with a report to us on how to build that countywide trust fund. Right now, we just set up a county piece, but we don't have the cities involved yet. And in order to be successful, there's a sense that we at least want to take a look at those options of building that. And I believe he was going to have some recommendations as to a robust public involvement in the development of that countywide trust fund. And so this was really seed money to get that process started. But again, he's not here. I don't want to put words in his mouth, but that was my memory of what I heard in his last report on that, if that's of any help. Supervisor Wilson.
I can add to that a little bit. Of all of those funds, this is, I think, one of the only ones that is leverageable, meaning that it can actually bring more funds back into the county. And that is because it would basically bring us into the threshold of being what's called self-funded for regional housing trust fund. And so the state is far more likely to allocate funding to our county with relationship to matching and other fundings if we are self-funded, meaning are we doing it ourselves? Can we actually commit a funding stream to housing trust funds? And this was our commitment to do that. To remove that would be, I think, really set us pretty far back in our efforts with relationship to regional housing trust funds. I do believe that, and I concur that that we made those commitments, and it's true we did do that. But then if we're going to open up these commitments, then we're going to have to, again, think about opening up some of the other commitments that we've made as well, which we've also discussed. And I think I think we better just hunker down on Measure Z first, and then we can I think open up those discussions.
All right, thank you for that. And I see Z is next on our list here for you to present on. And so it looks like the way we're going to handle this here today is finish the presentations with questions from the board, get public comments, and then I guess we'll go back and revisit each of these independently and take a vote on each of them independently rather than trying to put a package motion together. That would be very cumbersome and long and confusing probably. So does that sound about right to the rest of the board and the CAO, Hayes? Great. Okay, so carry on. Thank you.
I'm going to turn it over to Deputy CAO Quincy for Measure Z.
Thank you all right, thank you very much. And that brings us to Measure Z. Currently there is $1.12 million in discretionary funding available for allocation in 23-24. However, last week your board requested staff return with more information on all vacant positions within Measure Z. An attachment is included in your packet of all vacant Measure Z positions. In total, there are currently 19 vacant positions. Most of those positions, however, are either currently being recruited, a candidate has been selected and is actively being hired, or the position is being held vacant and salary is being repurposed for other expenses such as overtime. In all, our analysis showed that one position, an IT technician in the district attorney's office, is being recommended for deallocation. This is one of the positions that was allocated in last year, fiscal year 22-23. That position has remained vacant since that time, mostly due to uncertainty around Measure Z. Deallocating this position would return a little over $82,000 to the Measure Z account. Last week, I also mentioned briefly that there are 4 positions within Health and Human Services that are currently vacant. Again, these are positions that were allocated in fiscal 22-23. They're currently funded by a grant that runs through the end of December of the current year. and staff are currently in those positions. So these positions are going to need funding for the second half of the year at least. Potentially, DHHS could pursue additional grant funding for those positions, and if they're successful, maybe those positions could be considered for deallocation, and funding for those positions returned to Measure Z in the future. And that ultimately brings us to the decision of what to do with any discretionary funding for the year ahead. If your board chooses to deallocate the IT position, the amount of funding available to allocate would equal $1.2 million. While this is not enough to fully fund the top-rated application, which was $3 million for the fire chiefs, your board has partially funded applications in the past. Since the last meeting, I did end up speaking with Kamau Medical Center and Star Ambulance. Kamau, for their part, originally requested $468,000. They said that they could fund their services with with $350,000 for the coming year. Star Ambulance could fund their service at $160,000 for the coming year. Again, they originally requested $197,000, reduced it to $182,000, and they're saying that they can do $160,000. Funding to those two ambulance services at those levels would leave potentially $692,000 to allocate, which could be given to fire service. And that would be enough to provide for some of their highest priority projects like dispatch and planning service and other very important countywide services there. Your board also requested additional information on Measure Z allocation trends. In fiscal 2017-18, the Sheriff's Office was allocated $4.68 million, and last year their allocation was $6.9 million. District Attorney's Office has remained relatively flat, around $1.3 million each year, until last year when 4 positions were added, and those salaries grew to $1.8 million. Health and Human Services is similar. They hovered around $1 million most years, and last year they increased to $1.7 million with additional staff plus professional service. Public Defender has typically run around $230,000 to $240,000 per year, and probation has remained within the $500,000 to $700,000 per year mark. Public Works has seen the largest swings of all their allocations, as all of their allocations are dependent on projects, and those are different per year. It wasn't until last year that they actually were allocated staff, which would level out their funding allocations per year.
Great, thank you very much. One quick clarifying question. On the previous slide, you talked about vacancies. Are those vacancies that are funded by Measure Z?
Yes.
So those are the Measure Z allocations?
That's
right?
correct.
So it doesn't really tell us what kind of vacancies exist in the department as a whole, or something like, if there are a lot of vacancies in the department coming from the general fund, and then, but there's hardly any vacancies in the Measure Z, can't we switch those over? I mean, I guess it comes out of our budget no matter what, right? Whether it comes from general fund or it comes from Measure Z, but in other words, I'd rather see Measure Z used last, I guess, rather than first, if that makes any sense. So that's just a clarifying question and comment, I will say.
No, there are certainly positions that are not duplicated, but there are same classifications that exist within both Measure Z and the general fund. And that could be a direction given by your board to staff and departments to fill the general fund positions first to provide some Measure Z savings. Direction hasn't been given yet.
Yeah, either way, it comes out of our budget, and I recognize that. And it doesn't change the number of vacancies either. It's just a matter of where we're budgeting the cost.
Correct.
Questions, clarification, Supervisor Bohn, and then Bushnell?
The 19 positions through Measure Z, you said all but one. Now, are those also, do you also include not necessarily people who've been hired, but it's been flown that there's an opening?
Yes.
So we haven't hired anybody, we haven't done anything else, we've just put a help wanted sign out, or we'll work for food, or
yes,
type,
yeah,
so.
and most of those recruiting periods are pretty close. There was 1 or 2 that are continuous, like the emergency communications dispatchers, kind of a continuous recruitment.
But we're not contractually obligated.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Through the chair, thank you. So also going to the salary or the hiring. So I see it says recruitment in progress, ongoing recruitment, ongoing, and then hiring in progress. Is that, and that would be 6 positions. Are those 19 included in that because they're not currently filled?
Yes, those 6 positions are included as vacancy because they're going through some kind of background, offer's been made, and they're working out some of the final steps to actually bring the person on board.
Right, but so money's already been expended at those, it looks like, for those hiring in progress
The
or
money hasn't
positions.
been spent until they're actually on staff, but it's been obligated for next year. They're
Okay.
ready to spend it for next year.
And then the holding vacant for fund for overtime, which is the sheriff. There's 1, 2, 3 positions. Can you speak to that?
Yeah, so the each year, the allocations that departments receive is based on the actual positions that they have allocated within Measure Z. So they just receive a full allotment of funding that they can spend how they want. And so the sheriff in this case has decided to hold 3 positions vacant, but use the salaries that the general fund or Measure Z has provided to fund overtime within Measure Z.
Okay. Okay, and then, so the five positions, I think you said the IT tech is the one for 82,000, but the total of those 5 positions is around 284,000. The ones you highlighted in yellow, is that correct?
Right, and those are the other 4 positions are the Health and Human Services positions where there's not recruitments going right now, but those positions are currently funded by another grant through December 31, and Measure Z is going to need to fund those positions between January and June of 2024. So they're funded in a different way right now. They're currently vacant in Measure Z, but
So if they're vacant and they're grant funded, what's that money doing? Or is it vacant, they're filled with the grant monies, but okay, got
Right,
that, never
right,
mind.
right.
So is there not an opportunity, and I see Connie's here, so is there an opportunity to try to find grant funding for those and not utilize this Measure Z monies?
When we originally wrote the proposal for Measure Z, we asked for 7 positions, and those 7 positions were granted. When we were discussing Measure Z and how we could, reduce the shortfall, we provided 3 of those vacant positions back because we have 4 of those positions filled with a grant. When we applied for Measure Z, we also applied for a grant, and we got the grant. Yay. So we have been funding those positions through the grant. I think it's really important to note that this is for the MIST program with the sheriff, and without that funding or additional funding going forward, we can move those 4 positions into other programs within DHHS because you know that we have a shortage in staffing, but we will not be able to do MIST without this funding. It's not a mandate at this time for us, so we would utilize that funding somewhere else. And that's for your board to choose.
Okay, thank you. My last question is around the, so when your discussions with Kama Ambulance and Southern Trinity, if we were to not fund them fully or even at their suggested, because they keep, scraping it off, so they keep getting lower, did you ask if we were to fund them, say, $200,000 to Kama and $100,000 to Southern Trinity, whether they would be able to find monies other places to continue forward with those that service?
No, I asked them what the minimum level of funding they would need in order to provide a basic level of service. Even cutting the allocations down to the levels I mentioned before, they would still need to find other funding sources to provide the services that are otherwise that are in the applications themselves. So I'm not sure exactly what it would look like if we funded them below. I do believe that they should be calling in if I don't know if they're on the line, they could raise their hand.
Okay, I have one more question. Do you know, or maybe Supervisor Madrone does, so the Kama Medical Center received a $4 million grant, and I'm wondering, is the ambulance service ran through the Kama Medical Center?
I don't know the specifics, but I know that it doesn't fund them. It's for infrastructural improvements at the hospital.
Okay, that's all for
Badly
right.
needed.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, okay, and I've got Supervisor Arroyo, Wilson, and then I see Supervisor Bohn wanting to jump in too. So Supervisor Arroyo.
So at our last meeting, we still were ruminating on this idea of a percentage-based allocation per the recommendation of the Measure Z committee. If we want to return back to that conversation, which I'd be interested in doing, are you prepared to pull up the information about that? Because I see it's not in this presentation, unless it was added at the last minute.
No, and so the Measure Z ad hoc was tasked with coming back with percentage-based allocation formulas and scenarios, and we wanted to get through fiscal 23-24 to see what that looks like before we can come back with a really solid plan going forward. So that work will continue after the adopted budget.
Okay, so essentially this is incorporating, because our departments have already planned on using these funds
Correct.
in their budget submissions.
Yes.
We are looking at this just for this year,
Right.
and then considering what to do about the structure in the future. Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
and by working that way, Supervisor Arroyo, it allows departments, a year to plan for any impacts that they might have with a percentage-based scenario.
Thank you very much.
Supervisor Wilson, and then Bohn.
If you could remind me, before Measure Z, was there supplemental funding for those ambulance services by the county?
So I believe it began in fiscal year 2012, 2013, or 2013, 2014. Supervisor Sundberg had brought an item to the board alerting us of the 299 ambulance service. And as I recall from that time, it was really a unique thing. It was really the first time the county had ever done that. It took a lot for the board to allocate that funding. And when Measure Z was, when it came about and that project was awarded, there was a high level of importance placed on the ability to make that service self-funded. And I know that Kamau is working to advocate to UIHS to receive additional allocations, and we've agreed to work with them on that advocacy work. But no, that's the county did not regularly fund these services before Measure Z came about.
Okay. That's all I got. Thanks.
I will say in my discussions with Kamal, they have pointed out the difficulty of getting reimbursements in the current system and the rates that get paid, and especially for long drives like from Hoopa, Orleans, Willow Creek area into the hospitals. And that's been, I think, the underlying reason for them having a hard time establishing rates and or bringing in reimbursements to be able to cover it directly. And there haven't been other grants that have been able to get to cover this directly either. I know they've tried, but I had a long talk with the manager about the rate structure and how difficult that is. And if it wasn't there, what, the Arcata ambulance is going to go to Willow Creek and then back? I mean, we're talking about lives on the line literally here in terms of response time and things like that. At any rate, any other board members? Supervisor Bohn.
Yeah,
Okay, you got it, Mike.
I
Sorry.
remember the discussion very well, and I think the ambulance service from Willow Creek is here, I believe. Yeah, and if we want to discuss, so I don't know if that's who you talked to, but I do know when we did this originally, it was before, and it was the board was pretty adamant at that time about looking at a parcel tax, working with Trinity County and UIHS, and making a strong effort so this wouldn't be an ongoing. And the original, I'm going to go out on a limb, the original amount was $243,000. that we allocated for that. Somewhere right, it was, and it came at us pretty quick. And I mean, the discussion was there. How do we underwrite city ambulance, and Eureka or Garwood to go to Alder Point? I mean, it's just that's part of the hand we're dealt, and how much, and Star, we were wondering how much Trinity County was coming in. And so there was talk of parcel tax. They were talking about there were so many people from our area that went over there that needed that service. And so then we found ourselves that most of those people own property over there. So there was talk of a parcel tax. We were supposed to put a committee together, so it wasn't ongoing. And it went off and on. We talked about it for a couple of years, and then it kind of fell off the stage because Measure Z had money, and it was just easier to do it that way. And it's the easiness has gone away, and I don't mean easiness, the efficiency of using the Measure Z funds to offset the needs over there. But it's also one of the things that's in our Constitution that we provide ambulance service. That is not police service. Sorry, Billy. It's not in there, but ambulance service is something we have to provide. So,
Supervisor Wilson, you had a follow-up?
Yeah, and I just was curious, maybe Willow Creek Ambulance can speak to this, but cost recovery with relationship to insurance. And we've had this discussion with our fire districts, and especially those volunteer fire districts and others with relationship to is there adequate collection of insurance from the insured folks? And if that's not happening, maybe we need to also provide assistance at some point with relationship to that, and and leverage funding because if we're not deriving those sources of revenue that are due to those services, then we're just subsidizing the insurance companies at that point. And so we need to, I think, figure out a way to get those claims dealt with, especially in these cases, because and we see this often in our rural fire districts as well. There's not a follow-up, and mostly has to do with capacity. They just don't have the capacity to do it, but it is something that needs to be done. So, go ahead,
Supervisor Bohn.
That came up in discussion. I think when we get a chance, when Chief Robertson's up here, he can tell you he has somewhat of capacity and staffing, and his return on investment on chasing insurance company claims and payments are dismal at best. I mean, they fight him every which way, and you find yourself spending $300 to chase, and I know it's more monies than that, but I mean, when they do these responses, because this has come up since 2012 about what are the insurance companies paying, and there's loops in insurance and everything else where they don't have to, and I don't know the particulars, but it's even hard for departments that have capacity. If you look at the budgets of the big fire departments, I mean, out of this area, they don't get a lot of those monies brought back through the insurance.
Supervisor Bushnell.
This is procedural, I guess. So I'm interested in hearing from, there's several people in the audience representing their asks, and I am interested and also in asking some of them questions. So how do you see this going from here, if I could ask?
Well, it seemed appropriate to ask them all to come up and answer some questions, but if them, then why not everybody else, right? And I'm not quite sure how we want to handle that. I mean, there is going to be public comment, and so everybody will have a chance to speak to their proposals and their requests at that point. So I would say if you have clarifying questions now, let's ask them. And if when speakers come up under public comment, if you have clarifying questions that go beyond the 3 minutes, I would allow that as well.
So you just said two different things. So do you want us to specifically ask the person to come up now and ask the questions, or do you want to do public comment? And then if we have a question, because I anticipate that most of them are going to make public comment.
Let's do it all that way. That'll be orderly. Do it all under public comment, and if we have additional questions, we'll ask them to stay beyond that 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Thanks for that clarification, Supervisor Bushnell. That gives everybody a little bit of sense of when and where they might be able to provide us with input, if that sounds good. So I guess we're going to go ahead and continue with our presentation. And, this is going to be interesting because we're going to have to go back to each of these and having, part of me was almost like, well, while we're reviewing the details, why don't we get it done? But we want to hear from the public before we get it done, right? So I think this is the way we're going to proceed. Let's finish up the presentations. Then we'll go to public comment, and then we'll come back and deliberate on each of these items.
All right, so the next part of our report is the Voluntary Separation Incentive Program. The proposed budget staff report detailed some broad parameters of a potential Voluntary Separation Incentive Program, or VSIP. Programs like these are created as a way to provide both short and longer-term budget savings by reducing staffing while still avoiding layoffs. Back in 2011, the county was facing budget shortfalls and implemented a VSIP program. In all, it appears that 24 employees took advantage of that program, providing a net budget savings of $1.4 million in the first year, $887,000 of which was in the general fund, and $5 million savings over 3 years. As a condition of implementing such programs, positions must remain vacant and unfunded for a period of time to avoid budget impacts. The prior program required a 3-year vacancy, while staff are recommending 2 years for this year's version of the program. Staff today are recommending your board approve a framework of a VSIP for 23-24 and provide feedback on what you'd like to see in such a program. I'll quickly go over some of the highlights staff have come up with. As far as a cash payment, this program would be split into 2 tiers, primarily to recognize and make this program more attractive for longer tenured employees. The program would offer a $20,000 payment for eligible employees who have been with the county for 10 years or longer and retire within the first month of the program. All other employees would receive $15,000 in the first month. Cash payments would decline each month for the next 6 months. There are positives and negatives to such an approach. You can recognize employees for their contribution, but at the same time, longer tenured staff tend to have an outsized impact when they leave. In terms of process, departments would submit to your board a list of classifications that are eligible for the program and the total number of positions in each classification that they could bear to be vacated. A 1-month sign-up period would follow, and employees would be able to sign up for the program on a first-come, first-served basis. As a means to provide comfort to departments, the proposed program would allow departments to utilize up to 50% of the VSIP salary savings to use for extra help. This would cut down on current year savings, but it would still capture savings in fiscal year 24-25 and some retirement contribution savings, while still allowing departments the opportunity to still provide some level of service for positions that are vacated. Finally, the program proposes to capture any VSIP savings and allow departments to apply that figure going forward towards future year reductions in general fund allocations. This would require a bit of paper shuffling, but it would provide real savings in the years that we need it.
Great, thank you very much. Any questions, clarifications from the board? Supervisor Arroyo.
I was just realizing a nuance here. Is there, are extra help employees represented employees? Can they be? No, they're inherently not. Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Bohn.
On the incentives and everything else, but when it comes down, the positions, you said 3 years and then 2 years. I'd like a caveat to that if you're actually considering, unless you have a department that has less than 8 employees, 6 employees, because I mean, you're talking some of that, you're talking 15, 20% of the workforce of that department. I mean, it's a lot different if they have 60 people and they can, you take 2 people out. But if you take 1 out of 6, 1 out of 5, we have a lot of small, you take somebody that takes advantage of the ag department, you take somebody that takes advantage out of the CAO's office, the board of soups, and then the other thing is employees must separate for a year unless an exception is made. We have never turned down an exception here in the 11 years I've been made when it says because of circumstances beyond our control, we need to have this person come back right away. By law, we have to, before they've been separated for a certain amount of time. We have never turned one of those down. So I think if we're going to do that, we need to put some teeth into that, and because we make a lot of exceptions.
CAO Hayes.
So speaking to Supervisor Bohn's first comment, that's exactly why we would ask departments to submit a list of what positions would qualify. This isn't a program that every single person within the county would necessarily qualify for. So those departments will do that analysis of what position do I think I could be vacated and I can continue to effectively operate for the next 2 years with that vacancy. Without holding the vacancy, it sort of defeats the purpose of providing a lump sum payout for folks to separate. The ultimate goal is to reduce our staffing levels in a voluntary way that doesn't impact staff as significantly as the alternative would be. And the exception referenced in that bullet that you mentioned is that employees who separate could elect to come back, but there would be some level of repayment of the separation agreement that they would relinquish back to the county if they decided that they wanted to return.
And then on your first theory, which is good, but right off the get-go, you're going to get a 5% savings because you save that 10-year employee's longevity. And if they've been here 15 or 20, you're going to save more on the longevity. And the other thing is, if we hire somebody to take that person's place, they're going to be coming down to the lower tier. So we're going to in these smaller departments, we're going to get a savings any way you look at it. So I would rather do the savings there than bringing in. No, but I mean, a lot of times, extra help. We spend as much time training extra help and having somebody help that extra help person, where it usually isn't as rewarding to the department as it should be. So I know there's a lot of moving parts, and I know you're looking at all that and everything. But I mean, there are some situations that this doesn't fit. But the other thing is, so if somebody's working in a smaller department, they don't get the advantage to take advantage. They don't get the advantage of this. They get penalized, I guess, would be the.
They're not necessarily penalized because if they feel like they need every staff member they have on my team is a great example of that. Management budget has 7 people. I'm holding 1 vacancy already. Yeah. So to go down any less than that would make me incredibly ineffective. So for the management budget team, I don't anticipate submitting as any of them being eligible for the VSIP. That said, should a department, which we were trying to incentivize this, should a department have somebody separate, we will recognize that in future years should cuts need to be made even further than already. But again, ultimately, the goal here is to reduce our workforce in a voluntary way, to prevent the need to reduce our workforce in an involuntary way. So that is my ultimate goal with this program, is to reduce full-time FTEs where possible and where manageable and palatable. Speaking to the extra help, there is some flexibility there. They are not a full-time permanent employee. So depending on how the next couple years goes through the budget process, an extra help employee is not necessarily granted the same rights as a permanent employee would be when it comes to separation and needing to go through that process.
Thank you.
Thank you. And so, next item.
So, general fund departments submitted detailed expenditure reviews of their proposed budgets for the professional services, travel, extra help, overtime, utilities, and special department expenditures categories. Our office reviewed these expenditures, and in discussions with departments, the vast majority of these expenditures are believed to be critical to effective operations. Professional services, travel, utilities, and special department expense account for nearly 75% of the services and supplies category in the fiscal year 23-24 budget for the general fund. Based on department submissions, An estimated $11.98 million does not have an outside funding source, such as fees, grants, or state and federal funding sources. So for perspective, the majority of those do have an outside funding source. The total general fund cost for overtime and extra help is $5.98 million. Based on department submissions, an estimated $4.53 million does not have an outside funding source. Lastly, fixed assets only amount to $3.77 million in the general fund, with the majority of these expenditures having outside funding sources such as the finance plan or grant funding. So for this reason, after talking with departments and looking at the expenditures, we do not recommend making any additional expenditure reductions in these categories for 23-24. And we really want to thank departments for quickly putting together these evaluations, as well as the care and diligence they took in preparing their budgets, so that we don't have to recommend additional reductions today.
Okay, go ahead and carry on.
All right. The next topic is the deallocation of vacant and unfunded positions. Working with HR, your board directed us to evaluate the positions that have been vacant and or unfunded for more than 2 fiscal years and return with recommendations to deallocate those positions. Last week, staff reported that there was a potential of 86 positions to review for deallocation. After a detailed review of these positions, 7 positions were determined to be previously deallocated or related to an underfilled position. Of these 79 positions, the remaining 79 positions, departments had already identified 26 positions for deallocation in the proposed budget, and 50 positions were identified to be budgeted in the next year. The remaining 3 positions were identified as unfunded. The correctional deputy in budget 243 is recommended for deallocation in the adopted budget. Though the associate civil engineer and boat operator positions are identified as unfunded, the Public Works Department has indicated a need for these positions in the future and requested they not be deallocated. Again, the departments worked very hard to do this work through the budget process, hence the 26 positions that were already indicated for deallocation. And due to their deallocations, there were very few positions presented for deallocation today.
Okay, let's wrap up the final item then.
All right. Again, with the mandatory furlough option, this is simply some numbers for you guys to consider whether staff will continue to review this as an option for the future. This is not for implementation at this time. So your board requested we bring this back as a cost reduction method. Mandatory furloughs were brought forward as an option to reduce the budget deficit at the May 22nd meeting. In order to provide exact data on what cost saving potential would be, staff would need additional time to consider all impacts. So these are really estimates. For the purposes of determining if your board would like us to proceed with this option, we considered the following scenarios. If all general fund staff participated, the potential savings based on salaries, PARs, and applicable taxes is estimated to be up to $225,000 per day furloughed. The savings for 3 scenarios, including 1 day per month, 2 days per month, and if we did the holiday week between the Christmas holiday and the New Year's holiday, would be $2.7 million, $5.4 million, and $902,000 respectively. The second scenario we considered is if an exemption was explored to consider socioeconomic factors, such as income. A potential factor that we could use to consider that would be the Humboldt County median household income. That these staff are given the option to telework, use a different schedule, or take leave time. Per the United States Census Bureau, the Humboldt County median household income was in 2021 was $53,350. Based on the initial salary projections produced for 23-24, 75.9% of budgeted general fund positions had salaries above this, and 85.3% of the salary dollars are above this threshold. If applying this exemption based on the salary dollars, social savings, again, based on salaries, PARs, and applicable taxes, is estimated to be $192,000 per day furloughed. And again, for those three considered scenarios would be 2.3 million, 4.6 million, or 770,000. And those are annual costs. So the ask of your board today is only if you wish for staff to continue to explore this as a cost savings measure to prevent staffing reductions. If you do wish for this to continue to be explored, staff will return with additional information for your board to consider at mid-year. The CAO recommends that your board continue to consider this as a cost savings option to reduce the budget deficit and to prevent staffing reductions, and direct staff to further explore this option working with human resources, county departments, and applicable stakeholders.
All right. Thank you very much. We appreciate staff's efforts on all this. And at this point, I'm going to take a brief 7-minute break for people that might need to go to the restroom or just stretch their legs or whatever, and we will be back here at, let's see, 3:25 to have public comment, and then we'll come back to the board to deliberate. Here. So at this point, we're going to go ahead and jump into public comment on all the items that we just reviewed, which were many. And so this is your chance to provide public comment to the board on our budget, and 3 minutes per speaker, unless requested for additional information from the board. So at this point, I've got a couple hands up in Zoom. We'll start there first. And the first hand up is 8060. You've got 3 minutes, *6 to unmute. And for those in Zoom, please turn off any audio feed that you might have on because there is a delay. But you can listen to us through your phone. So 8060, there you go. Welcome.
Hello, sorry. Hi. This is Brooke with Star Ambulance. And I'm calling in, of course, to answer any questions that you might have. And real quick, I'll address a few things I've heard come up, just because I figured it might be a curiosity. It seems to be a point of curiosity about when ambulances started getting funding through the county. And there's probably some curiosity as to why that all of a sudden became a thing. I can't speak for anybody but Star. And Star was originally funded by the state. The state cut that funding off over 20 years ago, statewide. County responsibility became the ambulance sources, and then SAR turned to its local federally funded clinic and was its budget shortfall was picked up by the clinic. We were part of their group up until it was either 5 or 6 years ago when we applied for Measure Z. And what happened was the federal government pulled emergency funding from the HRSA grant. So we were no longer eligible to be funded as an emergency service through the federal government either. Hence why we are coming to beg from the counties more than we used to. And then when it comes to billing, we fully bill all people who are insured that we transport. We don't have a ton of transport, so there's not a lot of bills to go out. And then also, of course, as with all EMS, not all people are billable. Some don't even have legitimate legal names or addresses, and some don't have insurance, so we do bill the ones we can. Hopefully that helps with some of the curiosity. We, of course, are hoping to get funding from you guys on the level we've asked. As is with the cuts we've done to try to help share the load a little, we'll be begging for money for some other places that aren't guaranteed, but we don't go down easy, so we'll just keep working on that as long as we have to. So I guess any questions for me?
Well, that's great. Where is the ambulance service located on Highway 36?
We are a mile from the Humboldt County border on Highway 36.
Over at Mad River, little town?
Yeah.
Yeah, great, thank you. And do you travel in both directions?
We do. Our area goes to the TLC camp by Larry Valley and to Humboldt County. And then, of course, everything on either side of that, it goes down the County Line Road on the Humboldt Trinity border, and then it goes to the Yola and the top of South Fork.
Top of South Fork Mountain, great. That seems logical. And then the other side of the mountain is covered by something coming out of Peanut or out of the east, Red Bluff or something?
At Hay Fork.
Yeah, okay, great, thank you. Any questions from the board? Supervisor Bushnell.
Hi, thank you, Brooke, for being here. I have two questions. Does Trinity fund you any monies, and what is the, say if you were awarded $60,000, would you be able to move forward with your ambulance service for the year?
Yes, Trinity does fund us in two ways, with money straight across the board like we've gotten from you, and then also their grant writer helps us procure grants for things that are grantable, like our ambulances and large equipment, stuff like that. $60,000 would probably not cut it. We would have to cut 2 staff members, which would mean we would be cutting ambulance service to our community at least 2.5 to 4 days a week. And there's no way around it if we don't have someone run the ambulance.
One final question. What is the least amount that you could be funded and continue forward? And I know that you've made 2 cuts already to your request, and I'm sorry that I have to ask, but I have to ask.
Yeah, no, I don't have a calculator in front of me. Give me 2 seconds to do some head math.
While you're doing that, let me just...
I would say 100. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I'd say 150,000 would be, they wouldn't be cutting any positions. We wouldn't have their benefits covered or any of their employment taxes, but I always feel confident that we can find that somewhere, even though this is the first year we've been so short. And then, of course, as you guys also know, our asks go up all across the board for Measure Z because employment costs have gone up. Minimum wage, again, went up.
Was that 160 or 150? 150?
150. I think I gave Sean 160 because that I was more comfortable with, because we wouldn't be cutting anything that legally we have to have right away. Our community service district that I'm hoping to fill in the gap with historically gives us between $15,000 and $20,000 to help with that if they can afford it. They have not had their meeting to tell us if they can afford it this year, so that's kind of always in limbo for me until that happens.
Okay, great. We thank you for doing everything you can to cut costs and provide services. And for those of us that live around here, we know that while the Humboldt County line may be between Dinsmore and Mad River, actually South Fork Mountain, the top of the mountain, kind of is what separates the communities geographically. Anyway, thank you for your service, and we're going to move on to the next person. Did you have a comment?
Right, thank you.
Okay, great, thank you. And next we have 0861. Star 6 to unmute. And again, those folks in Zoom, please turn your audio off if you're watching that video feed because it is delayed and you could miss your opportunity to speak. So I'll ask one more time, 0861 Star 6 to unmute. Okay, I'm going to go to the next person in line. Again, turn your audio off. So we're going to go to 5288.
Just FYI, there was no raising the hands on my other phone the other time here. Anyway, Kent Sawatsky, you know, this, and I know it makes Rex a little mad when I agree with him, but, you know, all these fire districts many years ago, we're supposed to go ahead and form their own districts and parcel taxes, and I guess they're not going to do that or bother to do it until the county just says we're not going to do it anymore. So that's all I can figure. I was totally in favor of going to Tier 2 with your CSAC grant writing until Steve Madrone gave me the cost there, Supervisor Madrone, Chair Madrone, as far as that goes. And then I'd say back off and take a look at that. That's a very high cost. I strongly support you guys forming an ad hoc committee, if you don't already, with Supervisor Madrone and Supervisor Arroyo on it to look into the grant writing, since they seem to be the ones who have the expert on that. I did want to talk on another topic here regarding money, and I don't know how we can do it, but our facility out there that takes care of the dogs, maybe it can go under dog home, dog housing, or something like that. But I think it's really important that somehow or another we fix the roof out there. Otherwise, we can end up with another thing like the Garberville Veterans Building, where eventually the damage is done to the building where it has to be torn down. And somehow or another, the funding for that should be able to come out of something. Regarding clawbacks, I can definitely see the clawbacks on the horizon. Nobody seemed to see it on redevelopment, even though it was there. And they didn't not only claw back 6.5 or 6.9 million out of Arcata, but they took the assets that they actually bought with the money. So they didn't take the money back strictly, they took back the assets. So I did notice that you did have something on here, and it was a Lost Coast article, and it had to do with the civil grand jury finding civil grand jury finds appalling and dangerous conditions at Humboldt County Animal Shelter. And I wouldn't go quite that far as Ryan Burns did, but I think the comments on here quite accurately reflect what the public says. It sounds like staff are doing everything they can within their power up to Humboldt County Animal Shelter. They don't control how the county chooses to spend public funds. And so anyway, I'm asking again, like the next person says, you know, you call in here, animal shelter staff are dedicated. Please give them money to take care of the animals that were failed by other humans. And somehow or another, either through your public works or a combination of public works and the sheriff's budget, that roof needs to be fixed. And so I'm highly suggesting somewhere in your money, your ARPA money or something, or working something out that be taken care of for the poor animals down there at the shelter. Thank you for my opportunity to speak.
Thank you, commenter. And we'll go back to that one number I tried before, and that is 0861, the last four digits. And if you are listening to us on the phone, you should press star 6 to unmute.
Kent Sawatsky, I was asked to unmute. Maybe you didn't ask the other.
No worries. Technology. 0861, star 6 to unmute. Okay, we're going to move along to those here in the audience today. So if you would like to speak on our budget, please come forward and let us know who you're representing, and you've got 3 minutes. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Dr. Stephen Stake, Kamau Medical Center. I'm the CEO there. We're an entity of the Hoopa Valley Tribe. Thank you for the opportunity to speak before you this afternoon. I did want to go over some of the questions that were brought up a little bit earlier and make sure that I run through those. The first thing that I want to highlight is that our expenses of operating the Willow Creek ambulance base last year were $682,000 or $682,200. $288. All that we did in our request for you this year is to go ahead and take the projected operating expenses, roughly $690,000, less the $225,000 that would be the billables that we would be expecting to get, and that's what we have presented to the committee. This does not pay for the HUPA ambulance, which could be a whole nother discussion in and of itself. We do not receive Indian Health Service monies specifically for ambulance. That being said, we advocate for that. I hand-delivered a letter to the Director of Indian Health Service specifically for HUPA ambulance, and I hope that there would be funding that would come about for Willow Creek. But I do want to clarify that this request is actually just for the Willow Creek ambulance-based operations. So a lot of people ask, well, why aren't you able to recover enough? So for Medicare, it's $800 per transport to a hospital more than 30 miles on mountainous roads. So you might get $800 if we have an ambulance leave, go to Orleans, go all the way down to Mad River or Providence, then return all the way up to our ambulance base. So you might have a 4 or 5 hour run, and you're able to get $800 through Medicare. For Medi-Cal, it's $500 for a nighttime transport, $300 for daytime, and then it's $100 for a visit if the ambulance goes to the site but does not provide transportation. And in regard to just the services that we provided, just last year alone, 1,257 trips, with our ambulance. 609 were medical crisis, 83 injuries, 36 opiate response, 39 motor vehicle accidents, and 3 over-the-bank rescues. We had 53 cases of transporting persons with COVID, and in addition, it's absolutely life-saving work, and I'm really thankful for the continued support, and I'd be happy to answer any other questions. The only other one that came up was the $4.1 million grant. That was for a behavioral health building, and as was mentioned, that's infrastructure and can't be used for the ambulance services. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any questions, Supervisor Bohn? And then Bushnell.
Is that 800, that's the base, and then if there's oxygen used or cardiac, or incidentals are added on after the 800, right? You don't lose that out of the 800, right?
Correct, but let me clarify. I can get you that information more, but I know that the overall total is $224,000 is what we were able to collect last year on that, minus the roughly $668,000 operating costs. But it's roughly $800. This is a rough estimate.
Yeah.
And that's for nighttime transport through, that's assuming that they have Medi-Cal. For Medicare, it's less than that.
Understood. Thank you.
Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. So HUPA has their own ambulance?
Correct.
And
we have 2 bases.
So this is for the one, this
is Willow Creek Ambulance Base.
Okay, does this ambulance go into HUPA as well?
It can.
And
so
service?
we'll often overlap, because you'll have an ambulance that will do a run, and then you have another emergency that comes up, and so then you might need the Willow Creek Ambulance Base, vice versa.
Mutual aid.
Mm-hmm. So I'm going to ask you the same thing I asked Southern Trinity. What is the bottom line for you to run?
Yeah, I had a talk over the weekend. It wasn't one that I was necessarily expecting. I mean, I just don't see anywhere below $350,000. Even that, we're essentially pulling from a clinic or pulling from the tribe to run the Willow Creek ambulance base, and so that would, I don't see us going any below that. That would be roughly $138,000 or so below what our operating costs were, less the third-party revenue.
And so what would be the options for you to get more funding from a different source for this ambulance?
So the one, as mentioned, there is the Indian Health Service and opportunity to continue to request funds. An official letter was sent in by our chairman, and we hand-delivered that. Again, I don't know how much they would contribute towards Willow Creek Ambulance Base, and honestly, they haven't contributed anything towards Willow Creek or Hoopa, even though it's a vital service. So we're going to continue to press in that direction. I often sit in on various CMS meetings for the reimbursement rates and advocate through that line as well. We did submit a grant about 2 months ago, but we heard last week that we didn't receive it, but we made a pitch to the state that ambulances would be considered behavioral health vehicles because they're offering all sorts of different behavioral health services. We did not receive that grant for the ambulances, but that is a large cost, roughly $2,300 per month per vehicle, and that doesn't include the maintenance and gas expenses and any of that. So if we were to be able to obtain rigs and then maintain them ourselves, then that would be a large cost savings that we're continuing to request for different funding opportunities.
So first of all, I want to say that I'm very supportive of the ambulance service. It's necessary. It's part of definitely public safety. But when I look at your application, if there was no Measure Z monies, what would you all do? Because you're completely funding that ambulance with this request and your reimbursements. So I know that, and I wasn't around when Supervisor Sundberg was here, but what was your funding source prior to, and what's your plan if you're not fully funded here?
It's a good question. I don't want to speak out of line. I am here representing our board of directors as well as tribal council, and I think that honestly, if there were no funding, that would be a much larger discussion with our tribal council as well, and having those representatives, because I don't know that there's essentially it would be the tribe in and of itself having to pay those funds, or we shut down this service. And nobody wants to see that occur. And so I'd have to go back to them in order to receive word, but I would hope that there would be another meeting if the decision were we're going to provide no services, or we're going to provide no funding for the Willow Creek ambulance space.
So I'm assuming you've known that that Measure Z is in serious trouble, and
Yes.
and so have you had those conversations with anyone?
We have had the discussions in regard to, among our board of directors and in between us. And I mean, we're advocating, and we come here, and I know that I've had side conversations a lot. Nobody wants to be pitted against each other. And so we've talked a lot about the percentages year after year that would be coming, and maybe doing like a 5-year agreement, and then you come back after that, rather than year after year having the funds be kind of held out there and you don't know if you're going to get them or not. But I wish I had a stronger answer for you in regard to this is exactly what we would do. But honestly, I think that there would be a huge push in regard to our board, our council. Like, are we really going to not have ambulance services in Willow Creek and serving the area? And I think that would be a huge discussion all the way around, and we were hoping that we wouldn't have that.
Thank you. One last question. So previous to Measure Z funding, Kamal, where was the funding source?
I apologize that I don't know in full. Okay. It was historically before I was there. Mm-hmm. I've been there for about 5.5 years. And I'm happy to follow up and dig a little bit more historically before the 2012, around 2011 or so, and see how those funds, if there was any that came from the county, or where all they came from.
Thank you so much for your answers.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, and appreciate you providing the services and doing what you can to cut costs. Thank you.
Thank you.
And next, welcome.
Hi, I'm Crystal Perez from Arcata Police Department. My friends and family call me Charlie. You can do whatever you want with that information. So I want to thank everybody on the board so far. Diversion started with funding from Measure Z. We're super appreciative. We've been up and going since 2016. We serve about 100 individual teens a year, and that's not to mention the families and that are taking our parent project classes, about anywhere between 20 to 40, representing how many kids in that family, 1 to 4, 1 to 5. We serve so many kids. When people enter our program, It's youth who get in trouble at school and youth who get in trouble in our community who would normally go to probation or get suspended or expelled. Instead, they come to our office. We say, who are your friends? What's your drug use like? What's your attendance like? What's your social economic status? And then we create a individualized case plan for that kid to help them get back on track. We provide support and direction for families and the youth who have the inability or they don't know how to access services like mental health or crisis or tutoring. We provide mentorship. We provide so much for these families, and in our community we have so much generational trauma and substance abuse and just a lack of access to resources, and we are literally like the access to school resources, the access to community resources. Parents call in crisis all the time saying, my kids need mental health services, and we help them get that because they say, we've called every single number, and we offer drug and alcohol counseling, or we open doors for them. We help the schools communicate with the families, or if that kid is completely on their own as far as support, that's where we come in and we help them find mentorships and drug and alcohol counseling. It's huge. I definitely get to see miracles every single day. Everyone who knows me is like, oh my God, your job must be so hard. I'm like, it is, but when you get to work my job, you see miracles every day and you get thank yous every day. I think that sometimes it feels like a thankless job. I'm sure you guys know the feeling, but I'm fortunate in my job and that I do get to see the turnaround, and I get to see kids either graduate from school or become employed.
30 seconds.
And so, I think, just one, I wanted to say thank you. I think that diversion is a tried and true thing. We have a 94 to 96% success rate as far as graduation, or they don't recommit crimes, or their GPAs go up. I think as far as bang for your buck, diversion is great, and we have tried to reduce our asks from you. We got rid of our request for a school resource officer, and we were also allocated.
Thank you.
Yeah. Grants. Any questions?
Yes. Any questions from the board? Yeah, I think we would say thank you for all that you do. Appreciate it. Next.
Chairman Madrone, members of the board, my name is Glenn Zemer. There's an old saying that the truth isn't always pretty, but it's nonetheless the truth. And as I stand here today speaking to you, I'd like to convey to you the seriousness of the situation as regards Measure Z. I truly believe with all my heart that unless you take some decisive, definitive action this year, you will lose any ability to normalize Measure Z and bring it back to the community service that it's been over the last 9 years. I've always been proud to go into the community and talk to people about Measure Z because I felt like the committee had done a good job. We were very transparent. We were very open to a wide range of proposals and so on. And I think collaboratively between the committee and the board, we did a good job for the community as far as allocating the revenue in a kind of a diverse way and trying to target different problems and different issues in the community. But increasingly over the last years, that's been less and less the case. And as you've seen with the allocations this year, you find yourself with a very limited amount of money for discretionary purposes. So then the question becomes, well, what do we do about that? And the decisive action that I think you need to take is twofold. I think the very minimum that you can do this year is take a look at the positions that came onto the Measure Z process in the 22-23 aberration, which it certainly was. And if those positions are not filled by a human body today, you need to deallocate those positions immediately. I think you also need to have a discussion about the historic growth that's a little more normalized in the balance of the county operation and look at a point where attrition or deallocation of those monies would get you to the point where you probably could bring some normalization to the process back. If you don't take those difficult, I understand, actions, the simple fact of the matter is the normal inflationary costs of your payroll schedule and all the roll-ups will totally overrun the fund, and it'll cease being the community-based benefit process it's been historically and simply turn into another line in the county's personnel ledger. That would be tragic for a whole bunch of reasons, because as much as there's been competition amongst the applicants, there's still some sense of community amongst all of these people as a whole. And if this becomes, as it's becoming right now, just another line in the county budget, you will have lost the services that those agencies provide to the
30
community.
seconds.
And you will lose to some degree that sense of community itself, and that would be tragic. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. Welcome.
Thanks. Good afternoon. I do not pity your position that you're in, and I do want to advocate, firstly, for just real consideration of long-term funding for the initiatives that have been funded for Measure Z, in terms of, whether I appreciate Supervisor Bohn's idea of a parcel tax or fee. Clearly these programs are going to serve great community need, and that shouldn't be an annual consideration, but something that's really looking at the overall system. And then in terms of Housing Trust Fund, I just want to say there is an opportunity specifically to leverage housing trust funds through funding that is regularly allocated versus one-time funding. So that does bring an opportunity to bring more funds into the community without having something that's annually allocated. And then I'm also here to speak on behalf of the art and culture community, and the entire sector that's to be funded through the TOT funding. And just to be clear, it's not just one organization. This is really funding the sector throughout the county, specifically to fund kind of underserved, under-resourced communities. I appreciate staff's recommendation to move forward with the plans that are already in place and have been really built, over the course of more than a year in good faith with a number of organizations in the community. The art and culture sector has been in a long relationship to this, and we are here as partners and allies in supporting community well-being. We support youth programs, cultural programs, outreach to underserved peoples. This year, I'm skipping around. This year, the Board of Supervisors donated funding for the sector in order to fund public art and performance, underserved communities, and community resilience. This is a workforce development initiative, and not only does it do that, but it will also help increase ongoing funding for the transient occupancy tax, therefore continuing to bring more funding into the county. The art and culture sector is nimble and creates opportunities for direct services to people who need it most. We're also prepared to report on the efficacy of our proposed programs, and this funding will help local organizations leverage outside funds and bring them back into the community. This funding supports the implementation of innovative upstream approaches that really will help prevent systemic challenges. And yeah, that's all for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next. Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you. Jacqueline Dandino, Playhouse Arts Arcata. I'm just here in support of the arts and culture sector, looking at in terms of workforce development, we carry $500,000 of employees. So we employ people in this county for $500,000 this year. That is our budget. Our budget includes some of the allocation that was allocated previously through the funding to work with the tribes in Hoopa, to work with the Yurok Wellness Coalition on opioid addiction, and how we can go into elementary schools and work with kids for that. So by taking some of these fundings away, you're really affecting a budget that's already gone through and that we've been looking to have. So it's difficult to go backwards. I know it's a difficult situation. Everybody wants their piece of the pie to remain the same. I think one of the things would be to have a transparent discussion where we could have something more than me getting a phone call on Sunday night and having to ditch everything I'm doing today and run in at the last minute to make my comments on it. I think working together with the allocations that were through the TOT tax, through 3% of the TOT tax would be a really positive way forward for transparency for the county and for the Board of Supervisors. Calder Johnson was the phone call that didn't come through because he's in a parking garage coming back from holidays. And so had he known, maybe he would have come earlier, or who knows. But it's that kind of transparency and giving some time for notice that we've struggled against a lot, quite frankly, with the county. So in terms of, community outreach and what the arts do within the community, it is the only pocket of funding we have with the county. That money is the only thing that the county funds for the arts and culture in the county. And so I think it would have a huge effect on how we move forward through this next year. And like Leslie says, we are willing to stand up and say what our that funding does for us, and in terms of increasing the TOT tax where cultural tourists spend more than other tourists. That's a well-known thing throughout the country. And yeah, so that's my comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we have a question. Hang on.
Do you want to stay up
Excuse
here?
me. Thank you.
I do want to stay up here all day.
Thank you.
I'm here now.
We received your, well, I can speak for myself. I received your email and tried to call you earlier. I think it was you?
No, it wasn't me.
It was someone from
It was Laura Munoz,
Okay.
who runs our Enlace Comunitaria,
Okay.
that works with other communities.
Okay. Well, what so I didn't vote for this because I felt that we should have saved that money and not allocated it to you guys until we knew what was coming down. I would ask that, and I understand that the arts community is so important and that the funding needs to be there and what it brings into the county. I am very supportive of it. But I would ask you, if you had a choice to make between an ambulance service, which was part of the ballot measure, what would you do? And I don't know that it's hard to do and it's hard to say. And while I understand that you had to stop what you were doing today to come in here, that's also what we're tasked with. And so when we were asked this last week or 2 weeks ago, I'm the one that brought up the Measure J, because I do feel the ambulance for Trinity and for Kama are so important, and we don't have the funding for it. So while I'm going to apologize that you have to be here, I probably am not going to apologize because we are tasked with those solutions as well.
Right, and I'd just like to say, don't get me wrong, I will be here and I will commit. 2 weeks ago would have been a nice time to know, or a week ago, or 3 days ago, or 4 days ago. That's all my comment is. I totally appreciate all the time and energy that the supervisors put in, that everyone in civic government and county government put in. I know it's a difficult job. It's a really difficult job and an untenable situation to put the arts against ambulance. That's just, it feels like a falsely untenable situation. So I can't answer that question because, of course, ambulances are important. And so are all the work that our arts community does. And so to put them like that, it's untenable and it's obvious. And I don't think that that's the way that it needed to go. I think that there's room for discussion. I think there's room for moderation. And I think there's room to bring people to the table to say, how do I take this away and give you that? How do you take that away and give me that?
So, ma'am, that's why it's here. It's for discussion. It's not going to happen without this board's consideration. And so, but it does have to come for discussion. So that's why you're here.
Great.
I appreciate your comments.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next. Welcome.
Buenas tardes. Good afternoon. My name is Brenda Perez. I'm here advocating for the Latinx community. I'm here as a member of Centro del Pueblo. And the first point of advocacy is going to be for the access to those type of discussions. It was very important for us to be here today to see how the budget is being analyzed. And I would ask you for a more long-term vision on how these discussions are carried on. For me, it would be necessary to have better access in bilingual or at least interpretation of some sections. To open a channel of communication would be also interesting to know how and when these discussions about the budget are going to be carried on so that we can participate. We are the most impacted for so many decisions taken on that. I want to also bring our awareness on what is happening to our sanctuary gardens along the county. It's not only the one in Arcata, it's happening also in Fortuna, it's happening in other locations. The Arcata one is the most urgent case because it's been exposed to vandalism and direct violence. And I want you please to help us to bring awareness onto how racism is affecting our mental and physical health. We brought this to the Arcata City Council, but I want to bring it here too. Our decision to create a safety network for our protection in Arcata is probably going to extend to also Fortuna. And this is because we don't feel safe working in a community garden when there is so many attacks. When there are so many attacks, and the base of this safety network, it's the arts and culture tools. We don't have any other strategy for now that bring our culture out, that having events that portray our arts, our expressions, our different expressions in different languages. So to advocate for funding that is permanent, that is content, that is constant, it's a decision, it's a strategy for our safety as Latinx people. In the 30 seconds remain, I want to invite you please to make these meetings accessible for us. They are very technique, and we try to follow as we can, but it will be also interesting to see in the next 5 years how our community is growing and how are we going to be accessing these channels of local government. So please consider that and take an eye on the sanctuary gardens. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next. Welcome.
Hello, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Magali, and also I'm a member of Centro del Pueblo. And I just here to say what important is you support, you keep on supporting it. We have a project called Hermana Flor. This project is made for women who were violated from some way. We made circles in these circles we know each other, we talk about our problems, and so it's kind of healing for us when we express what is hurting us. So it's very important keeping your support, and just want to say little things make a big change. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Clarifying question, please. Hang on.
Just, Brenda, could I ask you a quick question, if you don't mind? The project that you referred to and what you were referring to, are you affiliated with the arts? Is that the connection to this budget discussion?
Yeah, mainly. We are using those tools to bring migrant community affected through their art. So they are creating all the content, and this is a participation that has been 3 years from now. It started in the COVID times, and it's now in the earthquake times, natural disasters, and we are trying to make it through the next years. So yes.
Okay, so this is connected to the Measure J funding for the arts.
Yes,
okay.
directly.
Thank you for helping me understand
Thank you.
that. Thank you.
All right, great, thank you. And next. Go ahead, step forward there. Welcome.
Hello, Lieutenant Matt Eberhardt, Fortuna Police Department. Don't envy the decision. So that last time I was here, Fortuna Police Department has worked collaboratively with the county since the inception of Measure Z. When we came with our initial asks, that's what we were looking at. How can we provide a benefit, not just to Fortuna, but how can we work with the county? And how can we maximize these funds? We went ahead and we did that with our drug task force officer and our school resource officer that provide service well beyond. And we've given presentations, here in the past where we shared our success in those positions. I think that we're doing a good job living up to that expectation. Want to keep that going. Our number one ask, of course, is the drug task force officer. The fentanyl epidemic is huge here in the county. We've been able to maintain our employee out there throughout at a cost to our own staff and our own people in-house. We made sure, like, hey, that's county funds. We're going to keep that position there. We're going to keep moving on that. Our school resource officer this week will be up here in Eureka at the Eel River Community Schools graduation ceremony. He's working with our Explorer group that has been formed within Fortuna. Now, you look at our youth and, who's going to take my job? Who's going to take, many of our jobs, and we've got to have youth that are looking for that sense of service. And so that's where we've focused some of our direction with our school resource officer. We'd ask that you consider our funding. I know this is tough. I don't want to see these positions go. So I don't have all the answers. Like I said, it's a tough one, but appreciate your consideration.
Great. Thank you. Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. So I'm going to ask what I've been asking, and the amount that you need, is that in the proposal, is that absolutely what you have to have?
Based off of our finance department, unless I have to apologize, I have been gone the last 2 weeks.
Okay, so
I don't know if further discussions did take place with the chief
okay.
or our mayor.
Okay, so I think Chief Day is coming up, so maybe he can answer that. Okay,
all right, thank you.
Next. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Honorable Board, Chief Day, Fortuna PD. It's good to see everybody. So I'm not, for the sake of time, going to repeat everything that I've talked about over the last two public comment sessions, but it's pretty obvious. The numbers are what they are. We can all see them. You can't get a turnip from a tree trunk. And I guess my biggest advocacy today is kind of going back to something that was previously mentioned by Mr. Zimmer, and something that I've mentioned to this board before. This board has oversight for a reason. And while I may not be a county employee and able to make recommendations to this board, I can certainly ask the board to take serious consideration into looking at creative ideas such as the ad hoc committees, percentage-based allocations. I think waiting is, I think that's going to be more damaging than it will be beneficial to the continuation of Measure Z and how that's awarded throughout our region and our community. And, so again, I just want to place emphasis on that. We have the chance to be creative at this point. And, in our case, essentially it's two positions that I've always looked at, and anybody who's ever heard me talk understands as a police chief, I talk more regionally like a sheriff than I do a chief. And these two positions serve 15 campuses within the Eel River Valley. That's going to be a huge, roundhouse kick to the teeth. These 15 campuses are essentially going to be without the service of an SRO going forward. And in the case of the DTF position, Measure Z is really, who I would credit for our agency being able to maintain the consistency at DTF. And as long as, our allied agencies continue to suffer from recruitment, retention, and staffing issues, it's going to be hard to staff DTF full-time. But, again, to Measure Z's credit, that's where Fortuna has been successful with that funding. Measure Z funding for the DTF position is our #1 priority. I just wanted to remind the board of that, and I'm available for any questions if you have them.
All right. Questions? Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Next. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Chair Madrone. Supervisors, you have a tough position that you have here today with the budget. We've talked about this before, and just want to echo Supervisor Arroyo, when you talked about Measure Z and all the great things and all the great programs that Measure Z does fund over the last several years. And Glenn Zemer is in a position like you all are in a position, as well as myself. And I've been on Measure Z committee over the last several years. It's been great. We've been able to fund so many different programs, and now we're in a different position. And we have to recognize that different position that we're in. The department heads wrote a letter a couple weeks back and provided that letter to you all regarding the current financial situation that we're in. And every single one of us are standing side by side with you, trying to figure out ways that we can save money and move our county forward during these tough times. It was suggested and it was encouraged that we look at all funding sources, including Measure Z and the TOT tax, and we freeze that level of funding over the next couple of years, so we can stabilize the county's budget. So we know that there's not going to be county jobs lost and programs lost within the county. And then after that 2 years, to be able to move forward and to look at stabilizing Measure Z, looking at what we can fund outside, what we can fund inside. But we need to get through these next 2 years. It's going to be very difficult. I'm thankful that we do have a budget surplus. Thank you, CAO, for providing the opportunity for us to move forward. Being financially responsible is really, really key to make sure that the general fund and those departments funded by the general fund can move forward with those existing services to the county. Again, this is a tough position that we're in. We've all taken cuts this year. We're all doing everything possible to try and make our budget work, and we're going to be committed to that. As far as Measure Z goes, from the very beginning, public safety, fire, ambulance, and roads were the priority for Measure Z, and that should be the continued priority going forward. Fund those public safety issues, fund fire, ambulance wherever we can. Obviously, we don't have all the money to do that with all the different things. And so we just have to prioritize what's really necessary. And so that's going to be really key for you all to move forward. And so again, we are committed to be there and go through that process with you. And if there's anything else that we can do, please let us know.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next. Welcome.
Thank you. I'll just follow up with a little bit. All of you know that we have a serious drug problem in Humboldt County. And that's why the Drug Task Force officer is such an important asset to this, because we have the officer. He doesn't just work in Fortuna, he does work the whole county. We've applied for grants for our school resource officer. If we don't get that one, we can cut other areas. We will have to cut to fund that officer, but we don't have the funds to fund both of them. We don't want to lose the drug program. We started a drug program working with the school resource officer to actually go into the schools, starting it in 6th grade, and start educating the kids on how bad fentanyl is, how it's being laced into vape pens, you know, all this other stuff. We got to start somewhere with the drug problem, and starting down here is where we've got to start to end up here. So I just feel real strongly that these drug programs are so important. Please don't cut the drug task force officer, and don't cut the sheriff's department so much that they have to end that drug, task force. That is the core of all the problems that we have, the crime, the homeless. I just read an article that drugs are the #1 killer of the homeless community. 90% of homeless or 90% of our homeless are from drug addicted or mentally ill people. So we really have to start dealing with the drug problems that we have in the county, and we have the officer to do it, but we don't have the funding to do it. So I'm asking you to please, keep that drug task force and keep the drug task force officer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Oh, that appears to complete our public comment portion of the meeting. And I'm looking at the clock here. It is 4:22, and we have another hearing at 5:30 on this. So let's see if we can't, together as a board, wrap up some of these final decisions we have to make here. So if I understand the process correctly, we're going to go back to this list on page 9 that basically lays out a final board direction and CAO recommendations, and get input from the board and make some decisions on these items. Does that sound about right?
Yep. It's on the PowerPoint, if you can bring the PowerPoint back up. I'm still sharing, I believe.
So is our
Or-
hope to make these
Let me
decisions now or after 5:30?
Well, we're almost to 5:30 now,
I know.
so either way is really fine. Typically, what we have done in the past is we get some guidance from where your board is at right now, and then staff goes and sort of synthesizes that and returns back with some numbers and a little bit of a discussion on impacts. That said, Measure Z is sort of the primary direction that we're looking for your board to give us some guidance on, including any potential deallocations on positions. CAO recommendations on the other items are to use the ARPA to close the budget gaps that we have, and to help with the burden on the general fund. The local assistance and tribal consistency funds, we're asking you to just sort of sit tight on those right now. So while we see how the next year and a half pans out, before we go sending those out the door or saying that we can't send them out the door. And
The voluntary separation incentive program, we're just looking for you to approve the parameters that we provided today. And we're looking for you to approve the deallocation of one position, one correctional deputy that is vacant and unfunded. And finally, on mandatory furlough, to give staff direction on whether you would like us to continue to explore.
Okay. So if I'm hearing correctly, we're going to try and work through these and give some direction to staff so they can come back with not a final, but close to final recommendations. And so we'll see how we do with this. But first, Supervisor Arroyo.
I do have a little bit of process confusion about this, so I'd like to just express it out loud. So we're having another hearing at 5:30. Staff will be presenting the same information at that hearing?
Nope.
Are we assuming that people that come at 5:30 will have magically heard the presentation already?
We're continuing this hearing to 5:30, so
I
there will
see.
be no additional presentation. It's another opportunity to get public comment.
Okay, so I apologize for seeming facetious about it. I just, my understanding is that we're creating this opportunity so people who, say, have been at work all day can come at 5:30 and weigh in and understand what they're weighing in on.
Can I propose a process
Sure.
here? Potentially, we could discuss the items which may have less discussion, i.e. not Measure Z, and see if we can get through those. And you would give us general direction on them while still being able to take public comment on those. And then if we can get through those quickly, we could start on Measure Z before the next period.
CAO Hayes.
Yeah, and also to clarify, Supervisor Arroyo, we will go very quickly through the presentation and just touch on the highlights. It will go much faster, though, because your board's already had an opportunity to sort of flush out some of your questions. And we will skip over the CSAC portion of that. That was more information for your board. And they will not be available at 5:30.
Thank you. I do appreciate that because I know our meetings are really inaccessible for a lot of people who work during the day. So I really appreciate that staff have created that opportunity.
Great. Thank you for the questions and clarifying answers. And so at this point, we're going to try and provide some direction that might help hone this in, but it is not a final decision because we're going to continue this hearing until 5:30 and do our best to give a summary or synopsis to those that attended 5:30, but not go into so much detail like we did in the 4 hours today, 3 hours. So let's go ahead and dive into these. And, you know, a couple of weeks ago, the way I did this was we kind of took straw votes as we went along to help us get to the place of final decisions, because we're not going to really make a motion here at this point. We're just going to try and provide direction to staff to come back with a final draft version, but draft is the operative word. So I'm going to give an attempt at doing that. So the first item listed is ARPA, and we have a recommendation. There is $397,318 left in the fund to allocate. And so we're looking for direction from the board as to where to allocate that. There have been suggestions of adding that to Measure Z projects. There have been suggestions of adding that to our reserves and other things. You want to give me a little, what are the decisions here?
The decision that I would love for your board to make is to use those funds to reduce the draw on the general fund this year, thereby helping to retain general fund balance to get us through the next 2 years.
Because we're down to what, 5 million in reserves at this point, if the budget goes through as proposed?
Yes, it'll just under $6 million. following what we anticipate to use this year, plus the $17.7 million deficit next year.
Right, really tough decisions. On one hand, if we don't start making tough decisions now, they're going to get even tougher next year. I think that's pretty clear. Without increased revenues or other cuts, it's just not going to be the case. So we can't really put this off, even though there's so many important things to fund. Very difficult decisions. So how does the board feel about that, putting this remaining ARPA fund into, would it go to the reserves?
No.
Or to the general fund to help bolster the general fund?
It would reduce the use of other departments, likely the sheriff, just to make it very clean and easy, reduce other departments' use of the general fund, thereby saving those dollars as general fund balance.
So basically, it would go to general fund expenses where we can to reduce those costs. How's the board? Is anybody opposed to that concept? I'm just going to take the same approach I did 2 weeks ago, rather than talk about who's in favor or this or that, whatever. Not seeing any opposition to that at this time. So we'll consider that as board input then for that one. Oh, they're all going to go so easy. Great. Let's see. We have the LATCF, 2.2 million. Also, same recommendation. Is that what I'm hearing? Or
No, we're not asking that you use it to offset current year's expenditures. We're asking that you just hold it in fund balance and sit tight on those for a decision potentially at mid-year or in fiscal year 24-25.
And 100% guarantee this isn't going to be clawed back because we haven't allocated it.
If we get, so if the federal government does decide to claw back, they'll give us a heads up and say, hey, you have until this day to allocate it or obligate it. Otherwise, we're going to take it back, and we will promptly figure out a way to allocate it if that were to occur.
I appreciate those assurances. And Supervisor Bohn was saying the same over here. So, okay, anybody on the board opposed to that recommendation? Supervisor Arroyo, not that you're opposed, but comment.
I am not opposed per se, but I do have a question about the difference between holding it where it currently is and holding it in our reserve. Is there any difference as far as the way we see a return on any kind of investment of those funds? Are they just static? How are those? Is there any way we can eke a little more out of it?
It is continuing to gain interest on it as long as it sits in the fund. So that's right now the only way to eke some out of it. It's not a ton. Otherwise, watching for opportunities where we can leverage other dollars with those funds is, another way to potentially. But at this point in time, there's nothing on the table that would allow us to do that.
I guess
if
what
allocated today.
Sorry, what I meant is one of those funds getting a higher return than the other, and if so, do we need to just? I imagine you would have brought that to our attention if that were the case.
All of our funds are in the county pool, and so they all accumulate at the same rate.
Interest rate.
And yeah, unless you were to, the only other account we have that earns a different rate than what's in our county pool is in our public agency retirement system that is utilized to offset pension costs.
Great, thank you.
Okay, and again, hearing no opposition there, we'll go ahead and have that as a board recommendation. The next one is Measure Z, and I always mention that one's more complicated. There's a lot of competing interests, a lot of very important things to get done in the community, and there simply isn't enough money to do that, no matter how we slice it and dice it. So I think there's a couple of decisions here. One is the allocation of the remaining $1.2 million that is unallocated at this point in time. We certainly have some strong contenders for that, but there's a lot of great projects. The other one is this board going to, today or soon, make a recommendation on how to realign Measure Z in a percentage basis or some other kind of thing? That's a pretty important decision, and so I think I heard earlier from CAO Hayes that you would be coming back to us in the not too distant future with some recommendations about how all that might work. But I will say that I don't want it to wait 3 months. I don't want it to wait 2 months. I mean, I think it was mentioned that it's only fair to departments to give them a heads up sooner than later, right? And right now it's a year out, not even a year out, because frankly, they're going to be putting proposals together in 7 months, in December, right, about how they want to move forward with these fundings. So that's already down to 7 months. So we can't really put this off. So we're going to have to make a decision about this sooner than later. How soon do you think you'd be coming back with that information for us to make a more refined decision?
I would assume that we could come back to your board probably sometime in July, maybe early August.
So a month, 6 weeks. And would you use our budget ad hoc to help inform that process?
We would use the Measure Z ad hoc.
Measure Z ad hoc, excuse me.
Correct.
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson, Supervisor Bushnell.
Absolutely. Okay, very good. So if we're comfortable, let me take that second item and see if we have agreement on that we will have that subcommittee meet and bring back recommendations within the next 6 weeks or so. Is that agreeable to the board? Any opposition to that? Supervisor Wilson?
I don't have any opposition to that, but I mean, I'm just going to put it out there. I was hoping we were going to have a little bit more discussion with the sheriff around some of this stuff, and I think we can do some of that after 5:30. I don't mind doing it at that point because we have a hearing and we need to talk about it. So hopefully he has plans on sticking around with the rest of us, so that we can have some of those discussions, because it is the biggest piece of this measure, and that there's just been an assumption mostly that doesn't change necessarily, except for some future time when there'll be percentages applied, and I think we need to have a bit of an in-depth discussion around that here, and maybe we'll have it this evening around that, because in some ways the question was asked a few times, like, well, what if we never had Measure Z? Where would you be? And I think it's a reasonable question with relationship to the biggest user of Measure Z, like where would our sheriff department be? How would it even look as a county if we didn't have Measure Z with relation to, because we've had Measure Z, which is actually Measure O. We went and asked voters to do it again because it was going to sunset, right? And so we have to, so when we get critical about Measure Z, we also have to understand, like, what would life be without it a little bit as well, and remind ourselves what that looks like, and at a department level. So I'm willing to have that conversation later, but that's just my 2 cents on that, because I do think we do need a little bit of a break between these sessions. So that's kind of why I was sort of staying quiet on that one. So, thanks.
Okay, Supervisor Arroyo.
I would say all of Measure Z might be worth just coming back to. I did appreciate the recommendation to kind of move through the other items, but I also think, there's been some discussion here about Measure J, which isn't really on this list but since the board did ask for it to come back, then or some of the board members asked for it to come back, I think I don't know when or if you were going to get to that, but that's part of the mix to me as well.
Yeah, I noted it wasn't in one of these boxes as well.
And do you want me to speak to that now or wait?
Let's go ahead and see if we can provide some direction on it, but let me wrap up Z first.
Gotcha.
And is there any other feedback? Yeah, please, Sean.
And if I might, Chair, one item of Measure Z that might seem less controversial was the deallocation of the one IT position, because right now we have 1.1 million available. We won't have 1.2 million available until your board agrees to what to do with that position.
Well, that helps me with the math. I was thinking 1.2, one position. Wow, that person's getting some hourly rates there. Okay, so let's see, is there any, Supervisor Bushnell?
Thank you. So I am interested in more of the discussion also around all of the unfilled positions, not just the one IT position. And I don't know where my board feels about that, but I do think it's smart that we have that discussion. Those positions are currently not filled or in progress. There are some that are in progress, but I would like to entertain that discussion.
Yeah, I'm along the same lines as you are. I think we need to look at all positions that are vacant and eliminate them if there's simply no activity there, if it's been out there for a long time, and we just simply aren't in any active process of hiring, I think that's one of the areas where we probably need to do some cutting, because it's not laying people off. And there's so many important things to take care of. So is any of the board members opposed to revisiting, well, first of all, the one position for IT, is anybody opposed to eliminating or deallocating that position? No opposition there. How about, is anybody opposed to deallocating other vacant positions that are not actively, I don't want to use the word actively recruiting, because basically every vacant position has active recruitment, right? So there's some defining line there. If it hasn't really, nobody's really applying, it's not actually getting filled. And I don't know what that dividing line is, but Supervisor Wilson?
I believe we were told that most of those positions either have applications in or are in process. So I want to be careful about that.
Right.
But the other part is that's the thing that we would be discussing later, not right now. So what you're asking is, like, are we willing to discuss it later?
Very good.
Okay, thank you.
So it sounds like there is an appetite for discussing those where we're not eliminating people that are already applying, and we're getting close to finally filling those positions, right? And there's a lot of work that went into all that. Supervisor Bushnell.
So are we going to, then all of that discussion will come back? Because I understand that people are maybe applying, but come on, you guys, really, if they are not employed yet, we're looking at really tough decisions of laying people off.
Right.
And we're going to keep employing people?
So I think that's exactly why what I'm seeing as an appetite from the board is to come back and talk about that more after 5:30. We did clearly direct on the one position, and the rest to be discussed. Okay, and then the next thing is the voluntary separation incentive program. That seems like is anybody opposed to that? That seems like a good winner type thing. Okay, you got direction from that? Yes, Supervisor Arroyo?
I'm not opposed to that, but I just want to say this in connection with that and with some of this other conversation about positions and what's coming next. So doing a little bit of back of the napkin math, we have a 7.7 million shortfall or requests for funds that are beyond what we have available or what we project to be available. So $17.7 million that we're thinking of funding out of reserves. Is that correct?
That's the additional request.
Out of fund balance, yes.
Out of fund balance,
So
okay.
essentially what that means is in fiscal year 24-25, you have pushing a $12 million structural deficit, and that doesn't account for any of our cost increase that
Yep.
will occur over the next year.
So if we stayed the same, if our expenses in all of those areas, which were largely related to preventing layoffs, stayed the same, and we were able to realize, like, say, $3 million in savings from the voluntary separation incentive program, we'd still be looking at $14 million if everything stayed the same, which we know it won't, because people's salaries and costs will increase. But if it were to stay the same, we'd be looking at just $7.7 million to stabilize the general fund next year with what we have and what we just said we had an appetite to move. So we're looking at, I don't know if that's helpful to anyone else. It was helpful to me to think about, we're looking at using up all our fund balance and everything from the local and tribal assistance funds and still having almost $7 million shortfall. And that's very, very conservative on the side of costs not increasing, which we know they will. So in light of that, I'm very much open to the voluntary separation incentive program. I have concerns about, the only item I have a concern about is that we would be taking the action that would ultimately result in people voluntarily leaving, potentially represented positions, full-time positions in long-term government service, and potentially backfilling some of those efforts with extra help positions. And so I guess my only question about that is, do we need to meet and confer about that before taking any final action about that, or is there any other consideration we need? I know it's voluntary, so that kind of makes it a little bit more complicated, but are there any other concerns around that from the board or from the staff?
We did send a draft policy out to our labor unions, albeit late last week, and recognizing that this isn't actually going to adopt the policy. We'll return back to your board to finalize all of the nuts and bolts of that, and also flush out an actual separation agreement. We want to make sure you're okay with these parameters before we do that work. And should we get any feedback from the unions, we'll certainly bring that to you. But it is, because it's voluntary and because it's within your board's rights to be able to manage operations, I don't expect a whole lot of feedback other than how can we make this program the most beneficial to our employees and our agency.
Great. Thank you. And I think even with that very cursory take at the math, it seems necessary to me, so I'm fully in favor of moving forward.
Yeah, and so basically, I'm going to ask, is there any opposition to the recommended parameters that we've received from staff for this program? Okay, there's your staff direction there. Second last, deallocation of positions. We did just deallocate the one. Is that what that was about? No,
Yeah.
this is another.
This is a different position. Okay. We looked at all of the positions that have been vacant for 2 years or more and that are unfunded. And so this is one
more position.
Yeah, one more position.
Any opposition to that deallocation? Okay, there's your direction on that one. Lastly, mandatory furlough. I don't think we have a lot of appetite for wanting to do that at this point in time, but obviously we want to consider it as a last ditch effort, I guess, down the road, because everything has to be on the table. But
I would consider looking at Christmas week, because you can shoot a cannon. I'm here every day. You can shoot a cannon through this place, and as long as we know the public and let the public know, and for the people that it could affect, then they could plan their vacation schedules around it. But we get very little done on that week. I mean, there's a lot of cake and cookies and a lot of, and everything else, but there's a lot of people leaving to go because they work so hard during the rest of the year to get their shopping caught up and everything else. It's a $770,000 saving for general fund employees. And it's something that's well worth looking at. It's one stop. But if we go by the napkin math, that's 10% of what we need to make up, so.
Appreciate that input. I'm assuming that a lot of people are taking that time off between Christmas and New Year's, are actually using their vacation time and or sick time or whatever, so they're actually still getting paid. Unlike this, they would be unpaid for a week. At any rate, other board members, how are you feeling about this particular mandatory furlough? What's your direction for staff? Supervisor Bushnell and then Wilson.
I hate to do this, but could I, on that slide, can you put this portion back up so I can look at it? This on the.
Yes, give me just one moment.
Thank you, Jess. I'm sorry. Not really, but I'll say it.
So we already have the voluntary furloughs happening, don't we? Voluntary furlough.
Correct, yes. Voluntary furloughs are in place. And again, we're not looking for any real formalized action here. We just want to know, because this has been a point of contention, it seems, that you want us to continue to investigate this and talk with the unions, do our meet and confers, develop a program, and return back with better defined parameters and expectations and time frames and all of those to your board. But if you don't have the appetite for it, then we can take it off the table.
When I said I don't think we have the appetite, I think it's for doing the furloughs. But is anybody opposed to staff continuing to do exactly what CIO Hayes just said to us? Supervisor Bushnell.
So I am not for mandatory furloughs. However, when we had the discussion a couple of weeks ago, it was said that it probably wouldn't be that big of a savings. Well, that's a huge savings. So I think that for myself, because I'm one that has been very vocally opposed, and I still am. However, I do think that because we are going to see some tough times, that if we don't have that option available, it could mean permanent layoffs. And so I would like to have the work done in case we have to do that. I also have a clarifying question for the holiday weeks. So the furlough process would be that it would be mandatory furlough process for the holiday weeks. However, they could use their vacation or whatever days available to them. Is that a correct statement?
So these calculations are based on the only exemptions to and utilizing leave times would in that second column is for exempt people that had below the median household income. We would very likely, most people would have those leave balances available, and so it wouldn't provide us any savings if we allowed them to utilize leave balances.
So it would be a mandatory holiday furlough with no pay?
Correct.
Okay.
Not a holiday, because that's paid.
I mean,
mandatory
the
for
holiday
Yeah.
season,
Yes,
I'm sorry.
no worries.
Yeah, okay.
Those are based on 4 days of furlough, the
Okay.
holiday week calculation.
Okay, with no pay, no compensation. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that. And Supervisor Wilson had asked to speak earlier, and then if he's still in the queue.
I'm good with
You're
this.
good? Okay, Supervisor Arroyo?
I don't want anyone to think that we're excited about this. I don't see anybody looking pleased at this. But given the circumstances, I would like staff to continue to explore these options. I would just say that a mandatory unpaid week over Christmas feels a little bit painful. So I would say that could be a conversation about the idea of a week in the year, but not requiring it. I mean, I understand that there's not a lot of business that goes on that week and yada, yada, but it also feels like a time of year would be really painful to do that. So I would just say exploring those options, including 1 week a year, might be, on the table for just continued learning. And I know that we're all going to get a lot of grief for this, and it's in no way meant to say that we don't value our employees, or I think it really is only with the lens of averting layoffs that I say I'd like to continue learning more about this option.
Thank you. And Supervisor Bohn?
And if you want to make it less painful, I was just saying a lot of people want off that time. Some people don't have whatever. It's just not a lot goes on during that week. The other way you could get there and probably get a lot more is do 1 day a month every other month. And you would actually come out a little, and if you use that median, you would come out with a little over $1 million in savings, because you'd have 6 days instead of 4. It would be 1 day every other month. They could plan for it, and you could go that route too. And that would be much more palatable, probably less painful. Trust me, I didn't like the idea of doing it at Christmas either. That's just a time we don't seem to get a lot. And rightfully so. People want to take that 4 days because then they can use the Christmas holiday, the New Year's holiday, and some people travel to the East Coast. And first and foremost, it's just the family comes first, and then this place comes second. And if that's the option they need, that's true. But I mean, if you really wanted to look at something, if you went to 1 day every other month, you'd save a little over $1 million.
Okay, great. Supervisor Wilson?
Just so I'm not misquoted, when I say I'm good with this, what I mean to say is I concur with the analysis and discussion of my fellow board members and their
Very good.
concern. Thanks.
Let the record reflect. And so with that, I think we have direction for you on that one. The only one we didn't necessarily provide direction on was on Measure J. We have allocated monies. We've got one contract signed, one almost ready. I'm definitely not inclined to pull back on things that we already made promises and moved forward on. And that's pretty much all the funds there, so I'm not sure what the direction from the board is on that. I heard earlier the whole discussion about, well, maybe we should have waited a while to make those decisions, but we didn't. And so we're here now. So any feedback from this board on Measure J? I had Supervisor Bushnell and then Wilson. Okay, Supervisor Wilson. Thank you.
I just want to reference that we also said the same thing about Measure S, is that we made a commitment and da-da-da-da-da, and so we can't come back and talk about it. And so here we are not talking about it. And so and it's more money on the table. And so I just think that it's, that we're not talking apples to apples. I'm also going to just say, like, we can't compare one item on a budget with one other item on a budget. It's like there is hundreds of things you could compare. So it is a false dichotomy to take two items on a budget, put them together and say those are the only two items that you're going to compare and contrast with, unless you've prioritized everything and you're prioritizing something that's next to one another. So I think that I'm still okay with where we're at in this regard, but I am, as I was before, I do think that if we're going to pull back on this measure and the expectations of that we can also talk about our other measures as well. That's all I've got.
Okay. Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you, through the chair. So the comparison comment, I'm sure, is for me because I'm the one that did the comparison. And the reason I even wanted the discussion to come forward is in the ballot measure language, it says specifically ambulances, which was not funded at all out of Measure J. And it bothered me from the very beginning. It still bothers me today that we put that on there on the ballot measure so people would vote for that. And now we're discussing defunding the ambulances. And so I have a problem with it because it was on the ballot measure as part of the reason to get Measure J passed. I also understand that we've made promises and that we did have contracts signed, and I understand that. And I also think that the discussion for the TOT in general, I hope would have a discussion about TOTs if we're considering laying people off before we do that, because that is general fund money as well. And so I do, I am for the arts as well. I'm not against anybody, but I am for being responsible and utilizing monies that were intended by ballot measures to go to certain items. And then we don't even use any of that money for the intended ballot measure, but we funded everything else with it but ambulance. And it says ambulance right on there.
Okay.
So that's where I come from on that.
Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Okay, Supervisor Arroyo.
Thank you. I wouldn't have really wanted to bring Measure J back until such time as it was like up for discussion again, as far as the process that we had previously voted on. But since it's here, I will say that I think since we've entered into a contract with the Film Commission, but we haven't yet with the arts organization, it feels a little unbalanced to consider one and not the other. And I think we should just keep those commitments for the remaining 1 year that they essentially, in line with what we voted on. But I will say, and I know those organizations are no longer here right now, but I imagine that they will watch this. I would just say the more directly that those streams of funding can be tied to TOT in the future, the better. Like, I would love to revisit that when the time is right and see how effective it was. And I can say on behalf of, my experience with having a strategic arts plan, implementing it over a number of years, and then seeing like the impacts of it, that I genuinely believe that it's a very valuable form of economic development. And I think we've seen, the Film Commission's festival and, bring a ton of people to town. So the direct impact on more TOT, I think, can really be seen from those. So I would like to make that something that we revisit, but not renege on basically what we have agreed to and already started negotiating. And I know that that's not something everyone will agree on, but that's how I feel about it. When it comes to the measure, it does speak to ambulance, and it also speaks to public art in the ballot language. So I am curious. What I recall is that people applied or put in proposals for Measure J. Was that true? I wasn't here kind of early in the process. Did the ambulances put in a proposal for Measure J funding?
No, they didn't.
Okay.
And it's how we, as this board, chose to allocate those funds. That's not exactly what it said on the ballot measure to do either. And so I don't think at the time, although we were warned that we were going to have problems with Measure Z, that it was a thought process that there wouldn't be any money to fund the ambulances. And you know, while I know that the arts are on there, I would not suggest that we deallocate the arts 100% or any of the measures, because that's not fair either. But it does bother me that we have zero amounts allocated to the ambulance that now are up for discussion and that are critical for our rural areas.
No, I
And
definitely hear you on that. Yeah.
Okay.
I just wanted to note that it is in the ballot measure also. So it is a huge challenge to figure out, how to allocate these resources. But since we did ask people to submit proposals and then looked at those and then evaluated them and made a decision, I'd like to continue with that for now. But I understand that those will be on the table, just like Measure Z is on the table every year. And I would say, respectfully, I heard the phrase that this was a cut to funding a few times, and I will say that Measure Z is the way it's been structured, with people applying and then the committee ranking them and then making the determination at the board, means that every year is a new year. But if we do establish a percentage-based approach, which I think could be really beneficial, the downside of that is that moving away from that, if we have another bad year, or if we, moving away from whatever that percentage-based allocation is, really would be felt as a cut. Whereas right now, it feels like people apply each year, and even though they've become, in some ways, reliant on that funding, I wouldn't say that choosing to make allocations differently is a cut to funding, because those were never promised long-term for those types of programs.
Okay, so looks like we've given you lots of feedback and input to come back to us at 5:30. And I don't know if I'm doing the math right and looking at the direction the board just gave you in general. We're still really only looking at 1.2 million for Measure Z. So we've got some really tough decisions to make here, folks, when we come back. But at this point, we're going to continue the hearing until 5:30 p.m. So we are in recess till then. Welcome back. We are going to reopen. We're continuing, not reopening, but continuing the hearing on our budget for this year. And we're going to start out with a report out by CAO Hayes and her capable staff.
Yes. Jessica will quickly go over what we talked about this morning or this afternoon. And then she'll highlight the decisions or guidance that your board has given us through the 1:30 public hearings, and then we'll take public comment, and your board will have an opportunity to give us your final deliberations.
Okay, and so that we don't lose track, because there's so many details, you're going to do a quick synopsis first of what we did this morning, but when we get into the decision-making, if we could stop with each one and go ahead and see what the appetite of the board is for a motion. I just think that would go a lot smoother than trying to encapsulate all of it into one motion. Does that sound agreeable with the board? Great, okay, so
I'll recap it as I go through the presentation, and then we'll come back to the motions at the end.
that sounds great.
Okay. If we can bring up the presentation. Sounds good. All right, so quickly, we're just going to run through everything that we went over at the 1:30 hearing. There we go. This was just a slide on process, so I'm going to skip past that, and I'm going to skip past the special districts. Right. Okay. Just as a recap, the total expenditures in the proposed budget are $578.55 million. And the general fund, the most highlighted portion of this slide is that includes utilizing $17.7 million in fund balance. The additional request for general fund, as we went over this morning, includes $9.3 million, a $617,000 increase from CAO recommended. We're going to skip this slide. And then, so this is the first item that was a decision point for your board, was these one-time funds of ARPA and local assistance and tribal consistency funds. Your board came to agreement that the ARPA funds, the remaining $397,000, would go towards reducing the additional funding request burden on the general fund for fiscal year 23-24, and for LATCF, you would hold the $2.2 million in until the general fund is stabilized. And we also discussed Measure J and agreed to hold that as is for current. Measure Z we're going to come back to. I did want to point out that you guys, the board did determine that we would deallocate 1.0 IT technician in the district attorney's office, and that the ad hoc will bring back recommendations within 6 weeks. For the VSIP, we also discussed that your board approves the parameters and that staff will return with the final program for the voluntary separation incentive program. For expenditure evaluation and reduction, we discussed that staff found that that expenditures were critical and we did not see any additional areas to cut, and so there was no action on this item. For deallocation of positions, as recommended, your board came to agreement on deallocating the 1.0 FTE correctional deputy in budget unit 243. And finally, the mandatory furlough. This was just directing staff to continue to explore this as an option should it be necessary, and your board agreed that we would continue to explore this and potentially bring it back at the mid-year. And with that, I think we are returning to look at Measure Z.
Yes.
Do you want me to have that slide up, Sean?
Okay.
All right, so as Ms. Maciel mentioned, your board appeared to agree to deallocate the one IT technician position in the district attorney's office, bringing the amount of funding available for Measure Z from $1.1 to $1.2 million. As I note on the slide, the top 3 requests, as recommended by the Citizens Advisory Committee, is well in excess of the funding available. I reported to your board earlier that your board has partially funded applications in the past. Potential approach could be to partially fund both the ambulance services. Star Ambulance at $150,000. They said that they could get by with that amount of funding this year, and Kamau Medical Service at $350,000. That would leave I think $702,000 to allocate for other projects, potentially fire or other partners. Attachment, I think attachment 4 is the complete list of all of the applications as ranked by the Citizens Advisory Committee. So at this point, we would look to your board to finalize recommendations on allocations of this funding heading into 23-24, knowing that allocations for 24-25, the ad hoc committee would come back to your board likely sometime in July or early August with recommendations on a percentage-based allocation scenario heading into 24-25.
Okay, thank you for that. I see on that list there is the potential to deallocate 7 positions. We never really discussed that much. We did get some feedback. I think Director Beck talked about the MIST program, and I think, is that the 4 positions here in DHHS that would staff the MIST program? Did I hear that correctly?
That's correct. Yes.
And she did say that if that were deallocated, that the staff would move into other vacancies within the department, but that MIST could easily go away. So I think that's perhaps why we didn't move on that one, because it's not vacant positions per se. It's actually occupied positions. Is that correct? All 7 of those?
Right. Those positions are currently funded by another grant. If your board decided to deallocate these positions in Measure Z, Director Beck indicated that those positions would be repurposed towards another mechanism that has additional funding, but it would free up, I would do the calculations, but about an additional $240-something thousand.
7 positions, only 240?
So there's 3 positions in the sheriff's office that are not related to the MIST program.
Oh, so those 3 would be
correct.
240.
The 4 positions in DHHS are currently funded for half of the year, from January through June. That would offer $248,000 in salary savings, somewhere around there. The 3 additional positions in the sheriff's office, those positions the sheriff is holding vacant this year and using the salaries to fund overtime expenses within Measure Z. So
Using the salaries that would be in the allocation to fund the overtime.
Correct. And so deallocating those positions would not necessarily result in a salary savings in 23-24, but heading into 24-25, it would just provide less pressure on Measure Z.
Okay. Board, CAO Hayes first.
Yeah, Chair, just to highlight, the staff report does, in line with your board's desires to reduce the overall burden that county departments have on Measure Z, the staff report does highlight sort of a 3-tiered approach. Tier number 1 is deallocating that 1 IT position, which your board has already given some general guidance on. Action number 2 would be for DHHS to seek grant funding that would cover the MIST program so that in 24-25, she can come forward and deallocate those positions. And then finally, the last step would be to utilize the hiring freeze that is currently in place to experience some attrition in Measure Z, at which point your board could consider, as positions become vacant, a deallocation of those positions, so that in 24-25 or 25-26, we have moved towards that goal of getting down of 80% of ongoing funding.
Questions, clarifications from the board? Supervisor Wilson.
Yeah, I'm hoping to get Billy up here for a minute, if that's all right, since we're talking about Z.
Sheriff Hansel, please.
Those positions.
Good evening.
Good evening, sir. So let's just talk for a second, like pre-Measure Z, post-Measure Z world, right? So what was the pre-Measure Z world for you, and what's the post-Measure Z, and how, you know where I'm going with this? Like,
absolutely.
What's the scale of change that this had for your budget? What's its content? Yeah.
So pre-Measure Z, we had 6 deputies that were working night shift in Humboldt County. And we weren't responding to calls for service. We were essentially going from only basically a 911 response. And so that really is one of the main mechanisms that got Measure Z going, is the fact is that we didn't have deputy sheriffs, funding for deputy sheriffs to hire. After Measure Z, we hired somewhere around 40 positions. And to give you a little perspective, right now we have a fully staffed patrol force has 44 deputies. 44 deputies that are dedicated to patrol operations in the county. And essentially, if you take Measure Z away, you're taking us about 35 deputy positions away. And so what would it look like in the county? Essentially, we would pull back on all of our specialized programs. We would focus on just providing that basic level of service throughout the county of a 911 response. And, Rex said earlier that there was something that was mandated in the Constitution. I forget which one it was. But state law actually says that as a sheriff, we're supposed to operate security in courts. We're supposed to have an investigative function, not patrol function, an investigative function, and run a jail. And be in the coroner's office, I have to run the coroner's office as well. Those are the priorities that the state says that the sheriff has to do. Everything else is essentially, gravy. But in the county, we've gotten used to at least having 2 deputy sheriffs in Willow Creek, 2 deputy sheriffs in Garberville, 2 deputy sheriffs in Eureka, 2 deputy sheriffs in McKinleyville. That's essentially our minimum staffing right now. We have currently 2 assigned to the outstations. We'd like to have 3 assigned to Eureka and 3 assigned to McKinleyville because it's such a big area, and McKinleyville's expanding, Eureka's expanding, and crime just continues to go up. So we like to have at least those positions filled. And then plus supervision. We have a supervisor now in the north and a supervisor in the south. Before Measure Z, we had 1 supervisor for the whole county. And that created a lot of issues, I believe. So right now we have better supervision and more deputy sheriffs that are out in the field preventing crime from happening, being more responsive to the crime that are occurring in the county. And without that Measure Z funding, it would look quite different, I would say.
So one of those programs is the farm program. Did that exist before Measure Z?
Yes, the swap farm existed for the last 40 years. Yes.
For the last 40 years.
Yes.
So it was considered essential before Measure Z then?
Absolutely.
Okay. Because the way I was hearing the testimony before was like that program was first to get cut if we were to start cutting from Measure Z or from your budget.
Right.
But it was there before. So why would we make it primary to cut now?
Because it's not a state mandated function. Right now, we are looking at all the things that we have to do and have to provide. Right now, we have to provide a facility. We don't have to have a SWAT program. Right now, our numbers are such, we have 264 was our head count today. Our capacity is around 400, 417 in the jail. And essentially, if we didn't have a sheriff's work alternative program, all those people would do their time in custody. And so they would be in jail, and I believe it's a cost savings. Having someone out of custody, having someone in a work alternative program, there's a lot of benefits to not only the person that's incarcerated, but also our community, as well as our budget.
Can you remind me of the budget for that?
It was about, I think we were asking about 350,000.
350,000.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
Supervisor Bohn, are you done?
Yeah, I'm done. Well, I mean, not really. So when I get to the part about so in this case, right now it's like 7 million from Measure Z. Do I have that right? What's the number?
I think it's in the 6s.
About 6.5 million is allocated.
I was
for
too far off.
2024.
Okay. It was an order of magnitude. It was there. Okay. So, all right. So that now we're starting to talk about this issue around limiting through a percent, like basically coming up with a somehow managing Measure Z. How do you feel like that's going to move? I mean, if we start seriously talking about that, and if not in this budget, I have a feeling we're going to be really getting on it in the next one. What are your thoughts on that?
So the county has to decide what they want to do with this money. Are they going to continue to fund county programs, or are they going to continue to fund programs that are associated with fire, ambulance, and city services essentially? Right now, Measure Z, the allocations for the county essentially takes about 90%. That was this year, I believe, about 90% of the funding went to measures, to to county-based services. So when we talk about cutting that service back to 60%, that's going to be a huge hit to the county and to my budget. Where else does that money come from? We're going to have to look at the general fund. We're going to have to look at general fund to fund those deputies. And that's the position we were in before Measure Z, is we didn't have the general fund, so we had to look for a tax. And the county, the McKinneyville Municipal Advisory Board are the ones that pushed this issue forward because they were tired of not having enough deputy sheriffs there. And they're the ones that pushed this initiative forward to Ryan Sundberg, and it got on the ballot through that. And the Humboldt Deputy Sheriff's Organization is the one that essentially funded that ballot initiative. And some people thought we were crazy. They didn't think they were going to have the support in the community. And we had overwhelming support. And again, when it got renewed, overwhelming support because people see the benefit of that. And it has gone to the point where obviously fire benefits, ambulance benefits, the whole community benefits when there is money there, when we have that money available, absolutely. Everyone that has been funded through Measure Z sees that benefit.
Do you see a nexus between the work you do in those outer areas and this ambulance services that we're talking about?
I do, because we work side by side with the ambulance services, both, Kamau, out on 299. We are always going to traffic accidents, even though it's not our primary job and responsibility. We back up the California Highway Patrol, they back us up. And when there's a traffic accident on 299 and we're the first responders, we want an ambulance there as quick as possible because we only can do, essentially first responders first aid. And those accidents on 299 are heinous. And we've seen too many deaths, and the death toll will go up if we don't have that ambulance service close.
You feel like most of the ambulance services are around traffic accidents?
I do, yeah. I mean, I feel like that's the most major where we see the most deaths and those kind of things on Highway 299.
There was some discussion just a little bit ago around the idea of parcel taxes in those areas. Were you part of those conversations in the past?
I was not, but I know it gets brought up every year in Measure Z, and the committee, as on being on the Measure Z committee, we do ask that question: is there any other funding sources? And it's actually on the application as well. If you're not funded, where else could you get the funding?
Right.
And I believe that that's something that we should support. Definitely, I think Willow Creek and the property owners in Willow Creek should step up and pay partially, or if they can fully fund that ambulance service. That would be something that maybe we can team up with Trinity County and to do.
That's all I got for you.
Thank you, Mike.
Yeah.
Supervisor Wilson, thank you.
Other supervisors? Well, go ahead, Supervisor Bohn.
And I know it's very little, but I mean, we had the percentages, I was trying to find them, of fresh fruit or fresh vegetables, and I think all the meat except for processed meats, which is bologna and things like that, come from the farm for the jail, right?
Yes, pretty much. I mean, that's really, we have both beef and swine that we're raising out there, and then including poultry, chicken, eggs. We're out there, growing a lot. We have an additional greenhouse that we just got, and so we're going to grow vegetables, 24/7, 365 now. We're not having grow lights yet. We're not doing that, but it's something that we have done a lot of good stuff out there, and we give back to the community, not only in our facility, but we sponsor a lot of nonprofits as well with some of the excess that we have. Because if a vegetable garden, there's always excess, and we're not going to use it in the correctional facility. We're giving it to Betty Chin, the Mission, and other nonprofits, and even the senior center.
But I mean, if anybody's been to a grocery store, pork and beef have skyrocketed, and we've got, I think, 6 or 8 head of beef out there, and a lot of swine. So,
yeah. Yes.
Okay. Any other board member? Yeah, I'm going to. Just following up on Sheriff Hansel, hang on just a second. No worries. I don't think we can wait a year to figure out what we're doing with Z. And I know no matter what we do, it's going to be difficult. There's really no easy decision, or we would have already made it, right? I know that you support all of these services, the fire services, the ambulance, including, you know, the diversion programs in Arcata, the drug task force assistance from Fortuna. I mean, so many worthy causes, and they do integrate with the county's efforts in many, many ways, right? And by having that early intervention, diversion, all these things, it actually saves us a whole lot of money. But they're further down the list than ambulance and fire services, right? So for me, I would rather that we figure out now, maybe not tonight, but in the next week, or I'm sorry, in the next 6 weeks, we have coming back with some more details. But so what if we had a system whereby we said, first of all, I want to recognize that actually previous boards did, I don't know if the right word's guarantee, or did say that these certain positions in your department and DHHS, probation, and the DA were assured to occur every year. There was some sort of a commitment made by previous boards to fund a certain number of positions, not a certain amount of money, but a certain number of positions. Am I correct in that? Is that my understanding accurate there?
Phil Smith-Haynes put together the committee and outlines committee and brought it to the board and basically made the recommendation to the board at that time that if there's a county position funded out of Measure Z, we have to continue that funding every year because of our budget situation. And we're not going to potentially lay off people every year, or because we wouldn't know if they had a job if there was no recommendation from
a lot tougher to recruit.
Absolutely.
If you're saying, we got a one-year job for you.
Right.
So I understood that, and that was my understanding of how that went. But as you can see, we're at 90% plus and leaving only 8 or 9% for discretionary, and there's some really important stuff in that discretionary pot too. So what about a process where we don't try to go from where we're at now right down to 60%, but we try to end up at 70, but we do it over a couple of years. And the way we do that is, as was described earlier, with vacancies when they come up in these positions, and we simply we deallocate them at that time. Now, I realize that's going to be a hardship, and that would have to be worked with, but it would avoid layoffs. It definitely moves us back from, having 40 positions to maybe it's only 30. But it's a lot better than the 10 we were at before Z, right? So there's these plus and minuses to all this kind of thing. But if we had a system whereby this board said, well, our goal is to get back down to 70-30, 70% for fixed positions, 30% for discretionary, which is where we were at for many of the years, right, until more recently. And some of that's on us for raising wages. But I remember you mentioning soon after that it did improve recruitment, retention, and morale. And boy, so we finally turned that corner, and then we're going to, it's like defund and deallocate. There's no easy thing here. So, I mean, I'm just thinking that might be one way that we proceed, because somehow or another we've got to try and provide funding for all these things. But it's also true that perhaps Arcata needs to come up with the money for the diversion program. Perhaps Fortuna needs to come up. But every community is struggling. We're not alone in this, right? We're all being impacted by reduced revenues and other factors. So that's just a thought. Obviously, wouldn't be a preferred option, but do you think we could work something like that out? I mean, obviously, it's our choice in the end, but
obviously, it's your choice.
But we got to figure out some plan to be able to move back to something. And while we're doing that, we're working on getting a road tax that hopefully would be approved in the March ballot. Parcel tax has been mentioned, and I know that's been discussed a lot in the fire services arena. And there's a lot of pushback from a couple of very large landowners who own a whole lot of parcels and currently don't pay anything in that regard, especially for like Willow Creek to Blue Lake, that big no man's land where Measure Z has been funding the coverage of that area that's actually out, not in anybody's district, right? But clearly 299 has a lot of action, and it's not just ambulance action or you guys.
Right.
It's also the fire services people showing up and extracting people and putting out fires from the cars when they light up or whatever happens. So there's a lot at play here, but I'm just thinking that I'm not in favor of like, okay, it's 70% next year, but we're going to have to head back to something like that. Can we live with that? Can you live with that in your department?
I actually can't.
Yeah?
I can't live with that. And this is the reason why, is because I answer to the people of this community, this county, that expect a matter of public safety, that they want deputy sheriffs out there in the field.
Yeah.
And so when you tell me that you're going to cut deputy sheriff positions in the future, whether it's, through attrition or whatnot, I have to tell someone no. I have to tell the community of Willow Creek, I have to tell the people of Garberville, no, you're not going to have a deputy sheriff assigned to you during night shift because we don't have the staffing available.
Yeah.
And that's a tough thing to do. I have to go to those community meetings, and I have to answer to this community. And as a county, you are in control of my budget, absolutely. But I have to do what's best for the communities that I swore to protect.
I would expect you to say nothing different.
Absolutely. So
But as you know,
it doesn't take away the position that you're in. I totally get
Well,
that.
that's what I was going to say. I think we're in the same boat here.
Absolutely.
In that we get calls every day about the roads, for instance, and the money,
Yes.
while it was written in the ballot measure,
Right.
it hasn't been going to roads, right?
No, it
And
hasn't.
so I get more calls about roads than anything, even more than about crime, believe it or not.
I
so
believe
so
it.
that's our job, right?
Yes.
But I appreciate your position, but I'm just thinking, what are the options here? Because we're going to have to do something here. Anyway, I've spoken enough. I'll bring it back to the board. Supervisor, yeah, go ahead, follow up with your comments, and then I'll bring it back to Supervisor Bushnell.
Well, I want to talk to the chiefs for
Okay.
a second, if that's possible.
Okay.
Whoever's representing.
And
Dale, just you by yourself today?
you've got another guy. And then we're going to do public comment again on this, right? 'Cause-
Yeah, so-
But not from people that have spoken before.
No.
Because it's still the same hearing.
There's actually been information introduced since the time that we had the first public
Very good.
comment, so I would say that we should have,
Very
people
good.
should be allowed to comment again if they
Sounds good. I don't think we're going to get overwhelmed, so we're good there. All right, Supervisor Wilson.
Okay, so on Measure Z, you have a $3 million request. You saw the numbers there. What are your thoughts? Where are you thinking this is going to go? What is it that you? It's pretty obvious you're probably not going to get $3 million out of this round. So.
Well, we've always been willing to play along with whatever we get.
Yeah.
I mean, we're our worst advocates because no matter what, we're going to show up.
Yep.
I mean, after I leave here, I'm got to go and back to a wastewater plant and work the rest of the night. So, but I do have to go back to my people and let them know that I fought for them.
Yeah.
The Chiefs Association, I hear about salaries and everything else, but we're giving you 500 volunteers.
Yep.
That are out there every night, every day, leaving our work to show up and go to these car crashes and everything else. So you guys let me know what we have to work with, and we'll make it happen.
I appreciate that because like Supervisor Madrone, one of the, at least within my constituents, will often say like, well, the first responder for me is my volunteer fire department. Like, and that's purely by the numbers, and by the location. So that is really the space or the organizations that are getting to a lot of these, whatever they are, these scenes, whether they're crashes or accidents or fires or all those things. It is this volunteer and professional firefighting force. So,
and it's not always just the ones that we have to go to; it's the ones that we miss too. I mean, because it's usually somebody in our neighborhood that's why we show up.
Right.
So it's also the ones that we miss, and let me tell you, I think about it daily.
Yeah. Well, this is just a reference. Thanks for coming up, and maybe other supervisors have a question for you. But it's like this has been a reference point for community members where I'm at. We're in my district. It's been referenced several times to me. Like these are the folks that are showing up first, and they're there. There's huge appreciation for the sheriff's department being there. That's not like not take away necessarily, but it's like. I just want to emphasize, like, bang for buck. I mean, we're in terms of response. There's not just an expectation. There's I think there is an expectation. But anyways, thank you. Sorry.
Supervisor Bushnell?
Thank you, Dale. I don't have a question for you, but I do have a motion to make. If we're ready, or do you want to?
I want to hear from the public again, and then we'll do the
Okay.
motions. Thank you. So, I'm sorry, can you come back up, Dale, real quick? Sorry. It's a revolving door.
It's all right.
So in that 3 million, just some rough numbers. In the past years, you've funded certain things first, as I understand it. One of those was the fire services work by county staff, Sabelle Emmett, and others that work with the Fire Chiefs Association to do all kinds of things like helping with the annexations, the consolidation of districts. Right now, they're helping in northern Humboldt, trying to figure out what's going on with Trinidad and West Haven and CSA 4 and things like that. They do a lot of work with our ad hoc that Michelle and I sit on. So that's typically been first off the top of your budget. Is that correct? Or
dispatching will be first. Then
dispatch first.
Then we 100% support Sabelle and all the work that they do, because it is important to try to find a funding source.
Yeah, it's a support mechanism for you guys, really, in a major way, as well as for us.
Supervisor Madrone, I
Yes.
think that's 90,000 for that work that Sabelle does. I believe.
90,000?
Yep.
91, yeah.
Yeah.
91,000. And then the dispatch, rough numbers, 350?
Yeah, 230. How much? 230.
230. And then what about out of district? I don't know about Southern Humboldt, but in Northern Humboldt, the Blue Lake to Willow Creek area, Z's been covering that out of district response. Or what do we call that? Good neighbors area, or I forget the term, but
The Chiefs Association decided to unfund that this year because we all need money.
Okay,
And
but
so
in the past, that's been 400?
Right at 238, I think. Yeah.
238 or so. So then the bulk of this, 2.5 million or more, is individual to the different volunteer departments.
The association went with a more regional approach to try to get more of what people needed in their areas.
Start with one area, then move to the next?
Well, no, Southern Humboldt, Northern, and Eel River Valley.
So 3 regions.
Correct.
What's the focus this year?
No real focus, just trying to get everybody up to the minimum. Some people just need fuel.
Yeah.
So,
or oxygen tanks refitted. Okay, thank you for that. Appreciate it. Okay. All right, Supervisor Bohn.
Now, is there carryover from last year?
there was, and yeah, we're trying to get it spent. I mean, we've got POs that need to be finished.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Bushnell?
So we allocated that carryover from on the last meeting, is that correct? 1.2 million?
Right.
Is that correct? Okay. So you guys just got that, just received that funding?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I heard somebody earlier, Blue Lake needing turnouts. Well, they're ordered. We're just trying to get them.
Right, a lot
With
of this
that
was supply.
carryover money?
Mm-hmm.
Supervisor Bohn?
So Blue Lake didn't get turnouts and wildland fire gear when we got?
Everybody's gotten it throughout the years.
Yeah, in the last 7 years. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, so seeing no other questions from the board, let's go to public comment. I'll start out with Zoom. And if you are listening to this and you're on Zoom, it's good to turn the audio off. Otherwise, there is a delay and you might miss your opportunity. But there's only one phone number there. I do not see a hand up. If you get it figured out and get your hand up when I come back from the audience here, I'll give you one final chance. But at this point, we'll go to those in the audience. Anybody have any final comments? There's been some new information provided. So if you have a comment, this is your opportunity to speak. Seeing no movement in the audience, we'll bring it back to the board. And I believe Supervisor Bushnell wanted to make an attempt at a motion.
So for the, are we just talking about a motion for the Measure Z, or are we?
Let's do them one at a time, yes.
Okay, so my motion would pertain to Measure Z. And so I would make a motion that we allocate $320,000 to Kamau Ambulance, $120,000 to Star Ambulance, $195,438 to the Drug Task Force, and the remainder going to the Fire Chiefs Association.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Supervisor Bushnell and a second by Supervisor Bohn to provide $320,000 to Kamal, $120,000 to Star, $195 to the Drug Task Force, and the balance to the Fire Chiefs Association.
To Fire Chiefs Association.
I,
650,000. 566,000.
Okay, all right.
And 673.
Had the right numbers in there.
And how much was to the drug task force?
195,438.
Is that exclusively to be allocated or used in the Eel River Valley?
Chief Day, can you come up? It doesn't only.
Sorry. Good evening.
So if we were to allocate the drug task force position for Fortuna, for the Fortuna department, can you tell us what that drug task force person encompasses the areas?
So absolutely, the task force works collaboratively throughout the region. So the agent from Fortuna, the headquarters, is up north here, works with all the other agents on all the different cases that are going on region-wide. So it really is what it's called, a task force.
So, you good?
Sure.
What I heard earlier was services in the Eel River Valley, but isn't there a countywide drug task force that's different than? I understand. So this is the entire county's drug task force?
Correct.
But it's contracted through Fortuna?
So our position with the task force has been funded by Measure Z since 2017, yes.
Your position in the task force?
Correct.
And that's the 195,000?
Yes, sir.
For one position?
Yes.
Must include a patrol car and a lot of other things.
Well, actually, we made a reduction at the beginning of this application year to cut out all of the administrative overcost. It's just the bare bones for the position.
So this doesn't fund the county-wide task force. This funds your position to be involved in the task force, and you guys focus on the Eel River Valley, whereas the task force at the county as a whole focuses on the whole county, or am I getting that wrong?
No, I'm under no understanding that any one of the agents are limited by jurisdiction to work cases in any part of the county. Although agents that come from different parts of the region may have a better knowledge and a better understanding of the problems specific to those areas, they all work collaboratively throughout the county.
Understood. Okay, thank you very much.
Sir.
Supervisor Bohn?
And maybe we should get the sheriff, just real quick clarification, or maybe you could you give the makeup of the drug task force of where the members come from? Because, and back in 17, as I said earlier, it was hard. Fortuna kept falling below their minimum staffing levels, so they would have to pull their individual off the drug task force, and it really created a shortage there in investigations. And then since 2017, we got really, I mean, we went in 2016, I think we had 8 pounds of white drugs taken off the street. 2018, I think we were up to 38 or 40. And a lot of that was, like, as Chief Day said, the intel from that officer who gets intel from his officer saying, hey, you should check this out, you should check this out. But they don't have the bandwidth to do an investigation like the drug task force, the way I understood it in 17.
Yes, so the task force is made up of the Humboldt County Sheriff's Office, a sergeant and a deputy assigned. The DA's office has an investigator plus a crime analyst involved. We have Arcata Police Department, Eureka Police Department, Fortuna Police Department, and CHP. Arcata Police Department doesn't have an agent assigned right now because they don't have the staffing to do so. But Fortuna has been there throughout any kind of staffing issues. They've dedicated their task force officer, and they're a solid member. And I'll just vouch that this is a countywide drug task force. Sometimes there's intel that comes in specifically in Fortuna, but that intel could be generated from a house in Eureka. And so that agent takes that information, develops probable cause for a search warrant, and then serves a search warrant in Eureka. And that's the kind of thing that happens all the time. There's also tip lines that anyone can pick up, and anyone can start working those cases.
That's great.
Yeah.
Well, go ahead.
And the reason we have to fund this because half the ads on TV are about fentanyl, the drugs coming in, And then when you find out that, 75% of the homeless either have addiction problems or mental health problems caused by addiction problems, if we don't get the source out of there, we'll never solve the problem.
Thank you. And I also appreciated your comment earlier today about how even though Fortuna struggles with staffing issues, you always prioritize this position regardless of those other staffing concerns.
I do. It's
Did
not.
I hear? Yeah, I heard that correctly, didn't I?
Yeah, it's not my task force, but I treat it as though it is.
Yeah.
It's the sheriff's task force, but that's how important it is to me as the chief.
Appreciate that. Okay, and I've got Supervisor Arroyo and then Wilson in the queue.
I do have a couple of additional thoughts, but could you repeat those numbers again one more time?
320 for Kamal.
Okay.
120 for Star. 195 for the Drug Task Force, and approximately 560,000 for the Fire Chiefs Association.
Okay.
Which
I got it now. And then I'm sorry. A couple thoughts. I really appreciate that Fortuna PD and Tammy Trent have been here this whole time and weighing in. I wasn't aware that we were going to continue down the list at all until just now. So I'm kind of adjusting because I thought we were talking about just trying to find a way to somehow support the ambulance service and the Fire Chiefs Association. I thought we were kind of looking at these three based on what we had said previously. So it does kind of make sense to me to take the top applications and try to divide the funds between them as best we can. But that does mean we're skipping over the hot mix that is ranked fourth for paving, and we have a pretty minimal allocation to public works. So I just want to raise that. And then I also don't know that I feel comfortable cutting the other requests down so significantly, but funding one request fully that's pretty far down on the list. And again, it's no dig on the police department or the role that the drug task force person does. It sounds incredibly important. But if we're going to start cutting down all of these, it just seems reasonable that we would ask the same question, which is, could you make do with less, essentially, for this position? Would there be any way? I know you've already said that. I'd just like to kind of understand whether there's any way that the city of Fortuna could contribute more. And this is a big ask, and this is a surprise to me.
So the best way to answer the question is if it was one position, absolutely. But we're dealing with two: an SRO that served 15 campuses and a drug task force officer that served the regional task force. I can manage one. I can't do two at the same time.
So I'm sorry, just to may I finish on this item? So I do hear that, and the SRO is a different line on here.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm confused about that.
The SRO is a different line because it's we have historically divided the two by position. But if, as the chief, I need to, do things or take action to somehow try to replenish or replace that existing SRO program, I have a much better chance of using the COPS program through their CHP federal hiring grant for things like schools, trust, and legitimacy than I would with the drug task force.
So I'm not understanding. Are you saying that this position is split in half, that it's one, or it's two positions and they make a team, or one position and half their time is one thing and half is the other?
No, these are two separate officers assigned, one to that SRO, school resource officer.
I see.
The other is to the DTF.
So the number 4 ranked or number 5 ranked proposal here for City of Fortuna is a drug task force officer funding salary, benefits, and equipment at $195,000.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. I got a little turned around there. Thanks.
Can I ask a question while he's up there?
Yes, please.
So you did lower the request from 207,938 to 195?
Yes.
And so that took it down to the bare bones?
It's the bare bones.
And so you're saying that, the reason why you can't cut this position or fund it at all is because then you're going to have to go find funds for the SRO officer?
Yes, and I've actually already started. I submitted a grant.
So given that you know that the SRO officer is not getting funded,
you're looking at having to fund that through your department.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Wilson.
This is, and I apologize for my confusion, and this isn't for you necessarily, but you can stand there if you want. Where does this leave? Where does this leave the missed part of this?
So this would leave the missed funding for half of the year from January through June. If your board were to take action on the missed positions and deallocate those positions, that would essentially provide $202,000 in salary savings for 23-24, but it would remove the missed program entirely.
Okay. And then, of course, the number 2 was the juvenile diversion program, which is, in this case, in this frame, is getting nothing. And so I find, I mean, I'm just, again, the ranking seems to, we've kind of like gone off the ranking. Is that not the ranking on, am I not looking at this number 2? What's that on my Measure Z requests?
City of Arcata, it's way down the list. The 2 is the number of the application.
Never mind. I apologize. Got it. Scratch what I just said. Sorry about that. I appreciate that. Okay, so I hear what you're saying, but we're leaving. Okay, I got it. Never mind. You're all good. Thank you.
Okay. Supervisor Bushnell.
Can you clarify, since Supervisor Wilson brought up about the MIST program, so doing, my motion doesn't do anything to the MIST program, it leaves it intact. Is that correct?
That's correct. And I will also mention that we would need to include as part of your motion to deallocate the IT tech position.
So I'll amend my motion to include the deallocation of the one IT person for the district attorney.
And does the second accept that amendment? To include the one position from IT to be deallocated? Okay, so we have an amended motion and second. Supervisor Arroyo.
So I don't know if this needs to be a separate motion or, I realize or incorporated in this one or just direction to staff, but I'm also interested in something along the lines of what Supervisor Madrone said. I'm willing to go as far as capping the county's expenses at 75% and leaving 25% for allocation to, to other entities and as part of the Measure Z committee or as a percentage-based allocation. And essentially, we would at that point, I think, then just not have a Measure Z committee. I don't know, but I'm interested in entertaining that, and I wonder what the staff's perspective is as far as how to get that direction and how to codify it.
I don't think that's, with all due respect, a realistic expectation that we can accomplish this year, because that would.
I meant next year or in the future. Yeah.
Yeah.
We move towards that.
The three-tier plan sort of lays out next year attempted find grant funding so that we can deallocate the 4 missed positions, and then capitalize on any other vacancies that might occur through the hiring freeze to get you to that point. And knowing that 75% is that target is helpful.
And I'm not saying that everyone else agrees with me. I'm just saying that's a trying to find a middle ground alternative that I see. It sounds like, and I'm fully aware that this has to be a multi-year phase thing, right? So that I did not mean with this cycle, but I wonder if just getting if we can get a consensus or getting somewhere close to some direction to pursue that in the future, if that is something you want to accomplish tonight as well, which it sounds like.
I would suggest that we ought to keep the 2 motions separate, just to be able to be clean and get some work done, because I'm not sure we're in agreement there yet, but I appreciate the comments and input on that. Supervisor Bushnell.
Thank you. Along the lines of Supervisor Arroyo's question, I would respectfully request that you let the ad hoc do that work. As we discussed earlier, they're coming back to convene to talk about a percentage-based program and then to bring an item to this board for discussion.
And I'm assuming that we have given staff direction to come back within 6 weeks with exactly that. Is that correct? That's been received from this board and seemed like a strongly supported up here. I don't want it to languish. I mean, if you can bring it back in 2 weeks or 3 weeks, I think the sooner the better. Because again, it's going to be 6 or 7 months before people are putting proposals together here again, right? So sooner is so much better than later. Because we need to act on that one way or another. Yes, Supervisor Bohn.
Yeah, and I seconded this, and just first district never gets very much, and there's $500,000 for what is arguably might be the worst road in Humboldt County, and I'm willing to. Public Works has done a great job the last 8 months out there. I can't say anything bad, and I hope they keep going. But this road tax that will, for my support, will go all towards roads. I'll tell you right now. But I'm apologizing to Tom. I appreciate everything you're doing out there. But the way we're cutting, you were going to get 200, and that wasn't going to get us what we needed out there. 500,000 doesn't even get us what we need out there. So we're going to have to do this road tax and fight for it, and I hope everybody helps donate to the cause on that one. So I think we've given direction on the 75 and the percentages. The other thing we need to be thinking about as we're trying to cut everything is we keep talking about everything that's going to be happening. We're going to have fish. We're going to have wind. We're going to have all that. I mean, if we build 600 homes, which is 20% of the homes we supposedly need to house everybody, at $275,000 worth of materials, at sales tax, we're looking at $17 million in sales tax alone. Doesn't include property tax or anything else. So I think us as a board up here might want to get things going instead of having housing, having housing strategies. Maybe talk to the contractors and the people that want to build houses and says, how can we help you build houses so we can actually create revenue from sales tax, property tax, and everything else. I know that's not popular position, but if we're going to need 3,000 housing units for all the fish workers and all the offshore wind and the boom that's coming, we better get more ready than go into a whole bunch of strategy sessions about it. I think we're going to, the rubber's going to have to hit the road sometime soon, or we're going to say, oops. So, and that'll, but like I said, sales tax is not in the red this quarter. Things are looking right.
It's in the red, but it's up 1% from the red that we were in. So I think we're down 6%. We were down 7%.
Things are moving in the right direction, is what I mean. To come out of a lull. So and we're sitting up here and can stimulate that economy by making things happen. We can discuss them to death, but until it happens, we don't make any revenue off them.
So earlier there was 7 positions listed, I think, or was it 9? There was 4 for the mist and then 3 for something else that was a possibility of deallocating because they're vacant positions.
That's correct.
So we haven't really weighed in on that one. That's vacant positions. That'd be what, 250, 300,000?
The 4 Health and Human Services positions, they've been funded for half the year. Deallocating those positions would result in about $202,000 in savings for the current year. The 3 Sheriff's Office positions, the Public Information Specialist and 2 CSOs, wouldn't necessarily result in salary savings because those salaries are being used to fund overtime costs.
You answered that earlier. My brain didn't hold on to it. Thank you.
A lot to talk about.
Deputy CAO. Yeah, Supervisor Wilson?
This is for the sheriff, sorry. Billy? Sorry. I don't want you to answer from down there or Eric's going to yell at us.
Eric keeps us down.
The overtime part about this, if that wasn't available, what would happen?
Well, I think you got to go back. I mean, it's a bigger conversation as far as Measure Z goes, because there's been a new calculation and how things were generated this year for us. Usually, we get all of our positions allocated, and there is a dollar that goes with each position that covers, things like training and overtime and uniforms and all those other things. And we weren't fully funded for all of our positions. That's why we had to go to the general fund to get our captain paid for and a CSO, community service officer, paid for. Some of those other auxiliary costs for Measure Z are overtime. Overtime is inevitable when it comes to court costs, when it comes to training and those kind of things. So we have to look at our existing budget and go, where are we going to pay for these kind of things? So at this point in time, it's my decision to not fund these positions to pay for the necessary overtime that all the deputy sheriffs have to accumulate over the next year to adhere to or to go to all those trainings that are necessary mandated by the law and also appear in court to testify.
Yeah, and I want to say it's a little odd for us to have conversations around overtime when we're talking about furloughs.
So,
you know what I'm saying? It's a weird thing to.
Right, and I understand. And if you're talking about, cutting overtime and cutting everything, and you give me liberty as far as my budget goes and what I should do, within my budget, and I chose at this point in time to best not fill those positions to pay for this overtime, and because I know that's the responsible thing to do. And if rather than to lose that funding, you take the overtime away, then I might as well fill those positions. Because I fill those positions, and because those positions are really necessary as well, I'm making a sacrifice to this community, saying there are not going to be 2 CSOs out there that are handling all the nonviolent, the no suspect information theft cases that we usually just probably handle over the phone. We're going to send a CSO out to take fingerprints and to work up the vandalism cases and all those other cases that we would love to go and do out in the community. We're going to say no to that, because we're not going to fund those positions. So if you're going to say no overtime, great, no overtime, then I will fund those positions and I'll get those people out there.
Well, unless we say don't fund those positions. I mean, I'm just saying we're trying to get to a place where we're trying to cut budgets and stuff. So that's and one of those is a public affairs or something.
Public information specialist.
Yeah.
Yes, as part of our body worn cameras. Ever since we implemented our body worn camera program, we have public records requests, and we have court redactions and those kind of things that have to happen. We have to provide that information to the public.
Well, we're familiar with that.
You are exactly right, and the CAO and everyone in the county understands the need to be timely on those, and a part of that timely response is having a public information specialist, tied to that position. And so we're working on right now. We lost the person, got a job at Caltrans earlier this year that was assigned to that position, so it's currently vacant. We held it vacant because not knowing the tough budget times ahead, if it's, as of July 1st, we're able to fill that position if we choose to. If we choose to cut back overtime and to fill that position.
Okay, so you hear what I'm saying though, right?
I totally hear what you're saying.
Thank you.
So is overtime an incentive for retention?
Overtime is not an incentive. We actually cut overtime this last year. This last 6 months, getting the message from the CAO, we made sure we wanted to fill every beat as much as possible, but essentially we were saying, no, if someone called in sick for Willow Creek Station, we didn't fund that position. We didn't bring it in overtime. It went vacant for the night. And so that's the kind of thing that we have to do in order to make it work.
So if you fund the positions, you actually get more hours out of personnel than through overtime, because it's time and a half, right? Or it could be double time if it's on a Sunday or a holiday.
On a holiday.
So you actually get more bang for the buck by having the positions filled rather than saving that money for overtime. So
we would much rather have the position filled because because of our staffing, our guys are working, our teams are working 12-hour shifts.
Yeah.
And I hate that.
Yeah.
It's a long day.
It's not good for them, not good for anybody.
No, absolutely. And that's something that we would love to not do.
Yeah, okay.
So.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Arroyo? And let's remember, we have several more to go here.
I
This
know.
is just the,
This is the tough one, though.
it is the tough one.
I can live with this set of compromises, and I want to say that if we find there are more revenues mid-year, I feel very strongly about funding some of these other proposals that are on page 1 of our list. And I would be remiss if I didn't speak up and say that the CARE program, the Community Alternative Response Program for Eureka, that's happening right now is doing exactly what the community has been clamoring for years, where there's been this incredible amount of request for there to be a team of mental and behavioral health workers who are dispatched to augment law enforcement separate from law enforcement. So it's taking it a step further than MIST, or different structure, and sending out that the intent is, once that's fully staffed, to send out a team of people to respond to acute instances of behavioral health needs, but that are not requiring a sworn armed officer. And that is what the community here in Eureka, which sure the population might be about 27,000, but it swells to over 100,000 every day with the number of people who come here to shop, to work, from all over the county and all over the region. So I understand that Eureka has their own revenue sources, but I couldn't I can't say enough about how important and how valuable that program is to all of the people who spend any time in Eureka for any reason to get their services here, to get their goods here, et cetera. So I'd really like us to seriously consider the Public Works ask, and some of the other asks that are on the top tier here. I'm ready to vote, but I just feel like if we're going to start kind of looking at what's valuable here and how to support it, I want that to be heard as we move forward.
Okay, Supervisor Bohn.
I'm glad to hear that, because I'm going to be screaming for any extra funds for the Matole Road or for roads, because they get kicked down the road. But I mean, when you look at everything that's here, I mean, this is about the best compromise we can do at this time in our juncture. And until we get a lot more sales tax or anything else, some of these extra programs are going to be tough for us to implement.
Great, I appreciate that, and I'll just say that I too would like to see money go into roads. So as we go through the year, mid-year review or other things, if additional monies become available or identified, I think roads ought to be right at the top of the list, but also the Fire Chiefs Association. I mean, we're offering here $560 out of a $3 million request. And again, these volunteers, I mean, I don't know what we do without all our volunteer firefighters, frankly speaking. We'd be in a world of hurt. So, but again, we're not crossing that path here today. So I think we're just about to the end of this discussion. We've had public comment. I don't know if we have voting tabs up or not. Let's go ahead and do a roll call, I guess, then.
Supervisor Wilson.
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn. Yeah. Supervisor Bushnell.
Yes.
Supervisor Arroyo.
Yes.
And Supervisor Madrone.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Well, and I want to thank everybody that's hung in here and those who weren't able to be here, and particularly the board. This is not easy work, and I think you've all showed a lot of good decorum and consideration of everybody's points of views, and I appreciate that. We're trying to do some difficult stuff up here, so let's get the work finished here. We've got a few more. Supervisor Bushnell.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the fiscal year 23-24 budgets, right? For the special districts governed by the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors, and then set June. We didn't do that. We didn't vote.
No, we didn't.
Yeah, we did that one.
Oh, we did? Okay, well then, so do we need to do the budget?
I think, would you like me to take a crack at
Sure.
a motion? A motion to utilize the remaining ARPA funds to offset the use of general fund contributions, not allocating the local and tribal consistency funds, deallocating the sheriff's correctional deputy, approving the VSIP parameters, and approving an exploration of mandatory furloughs while adding in a consideration for 1 week off, not necessarily the holiday week, and 1 day every other month
And also setting June 27th.
as budget adoption.
I'll make that motion.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second? Second by Supervisor Bohn.
I'm just going to put
And
as a minute.
I should have a little while ago, but I'm closing the public hearing, just to catch up on that. Sorry for the, a lot to manage here today, and I appreciate all the help everybody gives me here. So with that, we have a motion and we have a second. Any final considerations? Okay, let's have a roll call vote.
Supervisor Madrone,
Yes.
Supervisor Arroyo,
Yes.
Supervisor Bohn, Supervisor Bushnell,
Yes.
and Supervisor Wilson.
Yes.
Passes 5-0.
And with that, I believe we are adjourned. Thank you, everybody.